The Met Office has issued a rare Oh, I knew I was going to screw this up. Oh, well, it's probably France's fault. Yeah, thanks a lot, Monsieur Macron. See what you've done? The Met Office has issued a rare red weather... Well, you try it. In fact, don't. I'm a trained professional. Don't you try this at home. Have you heard? The Met Office has issued a rare red weather warning. A rare red... Oh, forget it.
Warning!
Red alerts, meaning there is a warner... Oh, for crying out loud. Shall I start again?
No.
Have you heard? The Met Office has issued a rare red weather warning. I can't believe I wrote that down. Red alerts, warning of danger to life, have been issued across the northeast of England and Scotland for the first time in 3 years. And you know what that means?
Emergency, everybody to get from street. Emergency, everybody to get from street.
The red warning, which covers areas including but not limited to Newcastle upon Tyne, Edinburgh and Aberdeen, wherever that is, will be in place until 2 o'clock in the morning. The Met Office warned commuters of flying debris expected to cause chaos on roads, bridges and railway lines. Forecasters also warn of damage to buildings and homes, with roofs blown off, power lines brought down, delays and cancellations to buses, trains, ferry services and flights. Power cuts will also affect other services such as mobile phone coverage. Hey kids, you won't be able to send pictures of your face to the internet. Already they're freaking out. Mobile phone coverage might go. Large waves and beach material will be thrown onto coastal roads, seafronts and homes. But how's it going to go apart from that?
Oh, fabulous.
The warning, which is the maximum the Met Office issues, means the impact is likely to be high and is very likely. Very likely and high. Temperatures in the UK at this time of the year usually average a daily of 10 C and a low of 4 C. But they are set to plummet with lows of up to minus 4 C in Scotland land.
Oh, no.
Stephen Dixon of the Met Office said, there's a yellow warning for snow which extends from Surrey up as far as Nottingham. Forecasters warn outbreaks of rain may turn to snow at times across southern and central England during Saturday morning. Yeah, so much for, was it Zaphod who said that we're banking on a warm winter? You know, what with the price of fuel gone through the roof. He looked at the numbers. Yeah, Zaphod looked at the numbers.
86%, 5 million, and of course, over 50%. And what I'm saying is...
Yeah, okay. Fills the air with noise. A yellow warning for snow extends from Surrey up to as far as Nottingham. Forecasters warn outbreaks of rain may turn to snow at any time across southern and central England during Saturday morning. Experts suggest that if you are planning on driving, you should turn the stereo up so high it makes your eyes jiggle. You should pick up speed and tailgate the car in front because you are special and nothing bad will ever happen to you. Of course, if you are in a hatchback, you will already be doing this.
Thank you.
The Met Office has said temperatures are going to plummet to below average over the weekend. Plummets to below average. That's not very specific for scientists. Will, out of the Met Office, said the UK will see temperatures drop to below average in the coming days as cold air is drawn in from the north. This is coupled with the strong winds associated with Storm Arwen, which means it will feel especially cold in the wind. Blimey, it's like winter outside.
Correct.
Areas in the north are going to see temperatures below freezing overnight. Daytime maximum temperatures only getting have you heard? Daytime you know, this show's going to be great when it starts. What time's it on? Areas in the north will see temperatures below freezing overnight, with daytime maximum temperatures only getting into the low single figures. Large waves could see material thrown onto coastal roads, seafronts and buildings. Watch out for the spume. Meanwhile, Ladbrokes is predicting next month is going to be the coldest December ever, as in ever, with 2-to-1 bets. Place your bets. Bet nah. 2-to-1 bets. What does that mean? Does it mean you lose? I think it means you lose. Tonight, windy is going to be very, very, very windy. Saturday, winds slowly easing, rain, snow, sunny spells, wintry showers. Sunday to Tuesday, cold, dry, overnight frost, milder from the west by Tuesday. Would you like to hear the long-range forecast up until Christmas Eve?
No.
OK, this is the next 2 weeks. At first, windy with sunshine and showers, possibly heavy and wintry. It's not normally wintry this early, is it? Normally you have to wait till like January or February before it gets really, really, really bad, but it's really, really bad already. Temperatures are going to be changing between mild and cold, with the risk of widespread frost in cold periods. Then, continually unsettled with spells of wet and windy weather, the wettest in the west, interspersed with conditions that don't begin with W. Wet and windy weather, wettest in the west. Temperatures likely milder of late. That's the next couple of weeks. And then, the 2 weeks till Christmas Eve. Jesus' birthday! Unsettled with milder and wetter than average conditions, turning more settled in southern regions for a time, mild for much of this period. Mild for much of this period? We'll take it. Peppa Pig emails, greetings Nick, someone who has been impersonating me at the CBI conference. Any idea who it might be? Not a clue over here. Some scrofulous oik, I expect. Jerry emails, please could somebody send Boris a stapler to save Peppa Pig from falling apart any longer? What do you know about Peppa Pig, Bodge?
Peppa Pig World. Peppa Pig World it has Peppa Pig.
Very good. Very good. So good boy. 0345 6060 973. Carol texts, Boris lost his place in a pile of paper and turned to Peppa Pig rather than Kermit the Frog this time. Well, I suppose small mercies. Of course, Frog has other implications. If it wasn't Macron's fault, it's probably Kermit's fault. Thanks a lot, Kermit. See what you've done? You green idiot. Who's calling Chelsea? Hello, Mark.
Oh, my dear man, hello. I didn't know I'd be on so fast. Now, I think we can all agree that your show and life would be less interesting if we all agreed and phoned up to agree. So
I disagree.
Exactly. Anyway, well done. Now, our strategic interests have been diversifying from our great partner in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, France. I'm not going back to try to analyse what their raison d'etre was.
Our strategic interests have been...
Yes, well,
what?
Firstly, fish, migrants human beings escaping their cruelty, where their gendarmes remove blankets in this weather from shanty towns.
Yeah, I think the cruelty is mostly from our side, but go on.
Willing to escape, risking death from the French. And, I mean, we've never had
No, not risking death from the French. Risking death to try and get over here, because we've shut down all the legal means of doing it.
And we've never had an explanation as to why Paris was taken without a shot being fired. We already have what are...
Wait, what?
These people have fears.
Wait a minute. Is it a Second World War reference that you just gave me?
Look, it's in living memory.
Oh my God, we're still fighting the Second World War? Are you kidding me? That was your second line of attack? First, the French are being evil, and then they gave up in World War II. Oh my God, it's worse than I thought. Tom tweets, Storm Arwen is blowing a hoolie out there tonight, but fortunately, just like Donny, we know a lot about wind. Well, and I hesitate to actually say the word hoolie out loud, not really knowing what it means. But it is factually accurate. As is the thing about Donny and wind.
I know a lot about wind.
Shane texts, I'm looking at the current weather forecast, amber and red warnings for wind. What's worrying me is the yellow snow warnings.
Warning, warning.
Don't eat the yellow snow. Don't even get it on your shoes. Paul texts, I knew you were the only person in Britain to benefit from Boris Johnson's CBI speech. Well, it does give me a lot of material, Bodge? Yeah, exactly. The wheels on the car go round and round. Sing. We get no supper. Hereford. Hello, Andrea.
Oh, my goodness.
Hello, you are just the funniest man in the world, and if it was on voice and humour, you would win every woman's heart.
Well, thanks, Andrea.
Anyway.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. No, I mean that. Anyway, moving on, I just wanted to say that on the 9th of December, I am going on a plane to Puerto Vallarta in Mexico. Never been.
Only if you can pronounce it properly, Andrea.
Oh, did I not?
What's it called?
Go on, you say it.
I've got no idea. I'm not going there. Where are you going?
Well, I think it's Puerto. Is that a bit Spanish? And Vallarta.
That's good enough for Mexico.
Thank you. Exactly. And I believe it's like 28, 31, 30.
Okay, that's very nice, Andrea, but we don't wish to know that.
Why?
Because it's blooming freezing here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be sitting here in the freezing cold and the pouring rain. I got snow up to my jingle bells.
Eyeballs. But anyway, no, I wanted you to know that I work hard and I'm just disappearing for 3 weeks.
Right.
Yeah.
Disappearing? Well, like a magic trick. Is it anywhere near sunny Cancun?
Oh, peaceful, nice bit.
Yeah.
I've never been, but I hear it's nice.
Right, so you're not going to be in the middle of any drug warfares, and you won't have to be stepping over headless bodies to get to the breakfast buffet.
I'm meeting my 22-year-old son there, who usually turns around and goes, I hate you, you're useless. So I have a feeling that on the first night I'll be left there alone,
right,
stumbling around Mexico, and he'll just walk off and I'll be dead. And
well, he sounds like a terrible person, and I blame the parents.
It's all my fault, Nick.
Right, okay.
I take it.
All right, well, send us a postcard. Promise me you'll do that.
Thank you.
Okay, cheers, Andrea. I don't know what kind of a phone you're using there. It sounds like a satellite phone or a burner, something like that. Anyway, heading to Mexico to meet up with a drug cartel all sounds very, very suspicious to me.
Want to score some pot?
0345 6060 973. She just wanted to call in and make us feel bad. Have you heard the weather? Don't make me do that again. Archie texts, at COP26, a journalist noted that a croissant on the menu had a higher carbon footprint rating than a bacon butty. That's the French for you, destroying our planet single-handedly. How does a croissant have a higher carbon footprint than something that was sliced off an animal? Poor cow. Yeah, don't you know anything? Bacon's not from a cow, it's from like a goat or something. Why don't you do your research? I don't believe that. How can a croissant have a higher carbon footprint than a bacon butty, which was sliced from an actual animal? In fact, it was... what kind of an animal was it sliced from?
Peppa Pig World. Peppa Pig.
Yeah, exactly. It's a massacre over there. You better bring Wellington boots. You'd be sloshing through blood and guts over at Peppa Pig World. Ain't that right, Bodge?
Peppa Pig World. Peppa Pig World is...
yes?
It has...
yes? Yes?
Peppa Pig?
Yes! Correctamundo! You win a job. How about you'd like to run the country? Sure, why not? We're just giving them away. Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah. Johnson, destruction bombs, you and Trump, all sort of tied together, really. Right. Tuesday, the government announced legislation that has been going through Parliament for months about if you killed an emergency worker and it was only manslaughter, you were still going to get life.
Right.
Which was the distraction bomb for Monday's CBI disaster that Johnson suffered with the 21-second silence and the please forgive me 3 times.
Yeah, forgive me.
No.
No, an extra 2 no's in there for, for emphasis.
And the other bit that struck me was that you keep saying, if they get in trouble, what do? They think, what would Donald Trump do?
Yes.
So we have a bit of Boris trouble over the channel. So what does he do? He does what Donald Trump would do. He issues a tweet.
He has the best words.
I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words.
As does Bodge, yeah.
But what he hasn't figured out is that Donald Trump issues tweets to the cult, not to the leader of the French nation. He doesn't understand that simply issuing a tweet, because Donny does it and seems to do well, doesn't work when you issue it to the wrong person.
Well, you may not have quite grasped what's going on there, Mike. I know that you're scrutinising it through a microscope, but perhaps a telescope would be better. You need to be at a distance, because I suspect that this government has absolutely no interest of agreeing with France about anything. Keeping us on a permanent war footing is a perfect excuse for anything that goes wrong in this country. It's all France's fault for being mean to us.
Absolutely, and what people have to start realising is that since they got elected in 19, this shower that are in charge of us now have done nothing except try to win the next election. They haven't done what's right for the country. They've done what suits Boris.
But that's the right wing all over. The right wing all over do not care about anything except acquiring and then hanging on to power. The left wing, meanwhile, are concerned about purity tests and, as I've said many times, form a circular firing squad and take each other out.
But one is much nicer to the population than the other is. And
well, yeah, but then why does the brunt of the population not even the brunt? Why does the Tories keep on getting in over and over again? Why, by the way, it's so curious. Why do more poor people than well-off people vote Conservative? The percentage of people who are poor, C2DEs, and who are old far outweighs those who are young and well-off who vote Conservative. Isn't that curious? And the poor and the old are doing worse and have always done worse under a Conservative government, and yet they keep voting for them over and over.
Well, I could be controversial and say that by definition half of the population are of subnormal intelligence.
Well, that is actually statistically accurate, yeah. Subnormal actually has some connotations to it, but sub-average. Should we say sub-average? And we might be able to get away with it, Mike. All right, thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Of sub-average intelligence. What do you think about that, Bodge? No idea. He's going to think about it. He'll let us know as soon as anything occurs to him. Anything occurred to you lately? You're still playing. Josh texts, that rare red weather warning sounds like contact tasting.
Tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
Oh, give it up, Bodge. You're never going to get it. Let's have a call in Leicester. Adam.
Hello.
Adam.
Yes, Adam, good afternoon. Good evening, sorry.
Okay. Let's just press on. Go on.
Yes, we are pressing on. I think the migrant dying in the high seas has everything to do with the international community, of which Britain and French are the main or some of the main contributors of these tragic incidences we are seeing today.
Yeah, I think it's us. It's mostly us.
It did not start today, and it is not going to end tomorrow.
No, it's probably going to get much worse tomorrow.
It's getting worse.
Not literally tomorrow, but in the future.
Yes, my generation has seen enough. My children's generation will also see worse than that. They have corrupted majority of these countries, and they have destabilized the country to extent that you live in a country like Ghana, which has got everything you would think of. Britain doesn't have it. We've got the intellectual capacity. We've got the natural resources. We've got everything. But it is not in the hands of the locals, which I mean the citizens of those countries.
Right. We charge in, we in the West, and specifically us, historically, we charge in, we take all their stuff, shoot anybody that doesn't like it, and tell them they're doing everything wrong. And then we disappear in a cloud of smoke and are aghast that they don't manage to put their country back together again that day.
The trouble is, I'm not seeing the politicians or the concerned people making an intelligent argument enough. Mohammed Gaddafi, before he was taken out, which was propagated by William Hague and William Hague.
Okay. This is getting very, very serious now, and very specific, Adam. I think you may have called the wrong show, but in all, I think we are in agreement that it's the West's problem, and it is going to get worse. I mean, if climate change is actually happening, and the future is as described, then it's not going to be 80 million people who are displaced. It's going to be 180 million or 280 million or maybe 1 billion people. Because if the rains stop, or if there's too much rain and the crops fail and it gets too hot to live somewhere or too cold to live somewhere, then they're going to have to go to somewhere that's more clement. And guess where that is? Right here. So if you don't like what's happening now, a tiny dribble of people, if we're describing that as a tsunami of people coming over here, and it's a catastrophe, and we're being swamped, and all of that, other exciting language that they use in the tabloids, if that's what you think is happening now, just wait. Just wait. Yeah, you probably shouldn't be left alone with with Boris Johnson's communications. Is he personally responsible for that? I suspect that he probably is. Yeah, and it wasn't a mistake. It wasn't a faux pas. He knew exactly what he was doing. Having France be our permanent enemy is suiting the regime. RJ text, can I get in early for the A to Z and put forward Zaphod? Bit too early, says RJ. Yes, I agree with you. It's a little bit too early. Benny tweets, if you don't use the Boris forgive me soundbite, you obviously didn't get the message. It was just too much material. Too much material to stick on the one soundboard. Up to my eyeballs with it, I am. Hayes. Hello, Nick.
Hello, Nick. Thank you for taking my call.
Thanks for making your call.
Aye?
That's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, sorry, mate. Just a different story, right? We're all trying to save the world, yeah? They keep advertising these bars. Yeah, they keep advertising these bars of shampoo on the television.
Do they?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
Use plastic bottles.
Oh yeah.
Right now, so today, when I went shopping, I thought, well, I'll get myself one.
Right.
I won't buy a pound bar of shampoo. £8 for a bar of shampoo.
What?
Are people really going to pay that?
£8?
£8, mate.
But how long does it last?
Well, to be fair, I haven't used it yet, but it's half the size of a normal bar of carbolic soap.
So you bought it?
Yeah, I bought it, because I thought I'd save the world. I don't know what I'm saving the world for, but why is that £8? Where's that going? Well, I can normally buy a bit of shampoo, but your normal mother is going to go and buy the pound bottle of shampoo, isn't she? She's not going to pay £8.
No, probably not. No. So why did you pay £8?
No, because I just wanted to see what it's about.
Right, okay.
Might as well just wash me up with a bit of normal bar of soap.
Yeah.
But I thought I'd just try it.
How does it smell?
Well, it smells like coconut.
Coconut. What does it taste like?
I haven't eaten it.
You haven't eaten it? It's okay. All right.
Well, other than that, but it's half the size of a normal bar of soap.
Well, I'm outraged on your behalf. Well, the planet will be probably ruined anyway, but at least we'll all have fantastic hair. £8. Thanks for the bad news, Nick. There you are. There's a bloke who watches adverts on the telly. It's just him. I just don't see adverts. Who watches adverts on TV? I mean, for a start, you'd have to be watching it live. Does anybody watch television live anymore?
No.
Of course not. unless you're over about, like 90 years old. The only people who watch television live are over 90 years old. And they haven't figured out how to press record and play on their Betamax. Benny tweets, if I've read that. Evan says, "Is everything okay, Mr. Abbott?" I'd be surprised if that guy hasn't had the journalist who asked Bodge if everything was all right. I'd be very surprised if his name does not appear on the very toppermost list of the of a like a certain internal government document. I don't stay for any long period of time in just one place. That's my recommendation. Duck and cover. Always change your route on the way home. Stella text, I got an early Christmas card yesterday. When I opened it, a load of rice fell out. It was from my Uncle Ben. Oh. Wow, that's really bad, Stella. Stella! Julie texts, news from Peppa Pig World, we have a new variant. Wet weather from the west, can't buy alcohol, and Christmas could be cancelled. Well, that's just like a summation of everything that's happened on this show so far. You know that nice lady that I was talking to some while ago about she was going to sunny Cancun or there or thereabouts. She was going to Mexico. She was going to have to run in a crouched position from the airport to her hotel, dodging bullets all the way. You know, Smug announced that MPs are going to get another day of holiday. Jacob Rees-Mogg announced that MPs will get an extra day off over the forthcoming Christmas holidays. What? You know, for good behaviour. The House of Commons has been expected to break for the festive period on December the 16th. Who gets to stop work on December the 16th? They will be returning on January the 4th, but Smug revealed that MPs will now not have to return to work in Westminster until January the 5th. But, fact fans, January the 5th is a Wednesday. And as they don't actually do anything on Friday, and it's half day on Thursdays, that means they'll think, well, why on earth would I come back from the Bahamas or the Seychelles early when I can easily stay through to the end of the week and start bright and early next Monday? Well, maybe Tuesday morning first thing. Okay, Tuesday afternoon, let's not get carried away. Gotta have some fun, eh, what? Smug said the House will rise for the February recess on Thursday, February the 10th, and return on Monday, February the 21st. So after the 3 weeks Christmas break they get, they're back barely a month, and then it's off for another 2 weeks. And then they're back, and then it's barely a month before the House will rise for the Easter recess on Thursday, March the 31st, and return on Tuesday, April the 19th. So that's almost 3 weeks off for Easter. And then a week later, they get back, they get another week off. He said the House will rise for the May Day bank holiday on Thursday, April the 28th, and return on Tuesday, May the 3rd. Followed by 3 weeks back at work, and then he said the House will rise for the Whitsun recess on Thursday, May the 26th, and return on June the 6th. So that's another 2 weeks holiday. I mean, they're barely back for a month at any point in the year before they take off for another 2 or 3 weeks. Smoke said, finally, the House will rise for the summer recess on Thursday, July the 21st, and then it's about 7 weeks summer holiday before the part-timers parade starts all over again. It's all work, 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 isn't it?
No.
18 weeks holiday, I counted.
What?
18 weeks holiday. You believe that? Who gets 18 weeks holiday? And it's 80-odd grand a year, plus as many expenses as you can stuff into a numbered account. It's about £250,000 a year that they get in expenses, which they, the largest chunk of which is for staff, which can be the person that they're married to, or are, hanging out with, or the one that they want to hang out with. Unbelievable. I mean, mind you, if this is what we get when they're part-time, imagine the mess that they could have caused if they were full-time employees. Julia says, no, read that. Chris says, I wonder if Boris was visiting Peppa Pig World to forget what a pig's ear is made of running the country. I mean, if I were him, I suppose it fits his brand image, but he did look like a complete plank sitting in those kiddie rides. I mean, really. This is now embarrassing. John emails, would you get Greta on the phone? I thought the North Pole was warming, so how come the North Wind is so bloomin' freezing? It's all relative, John. Relative, isn't it? Unless it isn't, unless, because it's cold outside, there's no such thing as global warming. In which case I stand corrected. Well spotted there, John. Problem solved. Harry texts, the French police watching the migrants getting into the boats were on their 3-hour lunch break, sort out the lunch breaks and all will be well. Well, I think what might be well is if we took on our responsibilities and didn't to pretend that we don't, that we aren't a part of the world. Instead of this like performative cruelty thing that just plays well with their fans. Push them back out to sea. You know, those people. Oliver says, do you know anybody... what's wrong with me today? This is the first time I've spoken today. I should have started slowly. You know, like a car, breaking it in. Can anybody do a good car noise? Yeah, close. I should, start slowly and loosen my lips. Like that. You know. Do exercises. Gordon says, how much like a dodgy sci-fi horror movie does the Omicron variant sound, Nick? Yeah, it does. I thought it was going to be the new variant, as in NU, because that wasn't that the next letter on the Greek alphabet that was coming up? We seem to have got to that part of the alphabet really, really quickly. It was going to be the new variant, NU. But I bet somebody thought, oh, you know what? In the future, we're going to be talking about a new variant, and people aren't going to be able to figure out whether we're talking about the old new variant or the new variant. So they thought they'd better think it out again. And this is painful. Just when you thought we were out, we got pulled back in again, like the mafia.
Absolutely.
Sajid Javid warned today that the pandemic is far from over.
Oh, no.
This was after Number 10's experts admitted the new super mutant vaccine-evading Botswana COVID variant could already be in the UK and threaten another Christmas lockdown. Well, at least Bodge did his best to keep it out. Of course not. Of course not. At least the government did all it could to keep us safe from this new variant, yes?
No.
At least they did something positive.
Negative.
It's almost beyond belief, but they did the same thing they did to protect us from all the other variants right from the start of this thing. Absolutely nothing until it was too late. Coming into this country full up to your eyeballs with disease is as easy as a portly dope in a beanie hat getting into Peppa Pig World.
Peppa Pig World. Peppa Pig World is
yes.
Peppa Pig?
Correct. The Health Secretary, Saj Manjav, Super Saj, said the new B11529 strain has too many numbers. And wondered what Zaphod would say about that, he being an expert.
If you do the numbers, so just really a couple of things. One, 500 and about 100 million, and of course an additional 5.4 billion pounds. Now, you've got to remember, 5 million already, and a number of almost 10,000, including
like my car on a cold day. So the Health Secretary said the new B11529 strain is too many numbers to keep in your mind at the one time, so they were going to call the new variant, as in NU. They were going to. The new variant given...
What?
Yeah. So as not to be confusing, they were going to call the new variant the new variant the new variant. Not new and new. It was going to be the new variant.
Fabulous.
So, if they'd done that, in future we would have talked about some new variant. We were going to have to make it understood that we would be talking about the new variant, not the old new variant. That clear?
No.
It's about as clear as anything else this year. Either way, the new variant, not the new variant, the new Omicron... Oh, never mind. It poses a substantial risk to public health. And it has been described as ultra-transmissible and vaccine dodging. And its abilities in that regard are of huge international concern. As in, Professor Adam, a member of the Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation, JCVI, earlier raised the prospect of lockdown curbs being reintroduced, warning that people must be braced for a change in restrictions if the variant spreads to the UK. Oh, please. It's not going to get here. Goodness me, no, not with our highly efficient track and taste system.
Contact tracing.
Not getting in here. No, it's not. In other news, Dr. Susan, Chief Medical Advisor of the UK's Health and Security Agency, sir, warned that it was possible the strain had already entered Britain.
Oh, no.
Already here is possible. She said people are arriving every day to the UK from Belgium, South Africa, Botswana, Hong Kong and Israel, where the variant has been officially detected. 10,000 people have come here from South Africa alone in the last 2 weeks since the strain was detected. 10,000! We knew about it and we did nothing to stop it getting here. I mean, honestly, at this point, even a Bodger fan might conclude that it's not making the same mistake again and again. It looks more like a plan to let in every variant as soon as it's discovered. We might as well be running a variant express. Maybe that's what they mean by global Britain will import every infectious disease from wherever it's made all over the globe. Asked if it was possible that the variant was already in the UK, Dr. Susan, Chief Medical Advisor of the UK's Health and Security Agency, said, well, it's always possible. We have no cases identified yet, nothing in our genome sequencing. So overall, I think the situation is reassuring in country. But of course, people are arriving every day. That's right. So we better do something about that. And we have. Almost nothing at all. Health Secretary Sajman Jav announced that flights from South Africa, as well as Namibia, Lesotho, Botswana, Eswatini, if there is indeed such a place, and Zimbabwe, will be suspended from midday today. They've been placed on a red list.
Warning, warning.
But like all new rules, they're not up to much if they aren't enforced. And we learned that passengers arriving in the UK on one of the last flights from South Africa revealed that they were not offered tests. They were left to mix with hundreds of other passengers, despite being despite coming from a country that was the hotbed of the new super mutant, jab-dodging Botswana COVID variant. Get Marvel Comics on the phone. I've got a great idea for a supervillain's name. Even today, apparently, passengers arriving from Johannesburg, where the variant was first identified, were subjected to no additional precautions, according to one of the people actually on the flight. 1 in 3 flights arriving at Heathrow, one of the 3 flights arriving at Heathrow before the ban comes into force. What is it with saying, oh, well, yeah, we're going to ban flights and people coming from an area of great transmissibility? Well, we'll do it later. Not now. You know, at some point in the future. Don't worry. Relax. Everything's fine. The UK's laxity contrasted with the approach in the Netherlands.
Want to score some pot?
This is according to a video which showed passengers arriving in Amsterdam before being told that they would not be allowed to leave the plane and would be tested before being allowed to go home. They didn't even let them in the country. Meanwhile, over here, someone on one of the last flights from South Africa said health officials met the plane, but no additional precautions were being taken for the hundreds of passengers. Great. He said the captain read out a statement advising self-isolation and further tests, but it's at the discretion of passengers and it's not legally enforceable. Passengers then got on the airport shuttle to baggage reclaim, mixing with dozens of other flights. No testing was offered. So here we go again. Like I said, it's either that the government is making the same mistake constantly and letting in exciting new variants, or it's deliberate. I don't know which would be worse. Are they really this bad, or are they deliberately doing it to us? Or maybe it's the EU's fault for being mean to us. No! Thanks a lot, Monsieur Macron. God, we're so angry with him, we might even write a tweet. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Just when you thought we were out of it, you know. But then I have been saying for a very long time, not that I know anything about anything.
Correct.
I have been saying for a very long time that if you think that it's going to be a slow, smooth transition out of this, then you are dreaming. Just an opinion, just a thought, based on previous experience. Alison says, while sitting in my car at the main traffic light junction on my high street today, I had an epiphany. What? Oh. What, right there in your car?
Disgusting.
Why are they making us new cars to meet their future net carbon output and not changing the traffic light system? Why are they making us buy new cars to meet their future net carbon output and not changing the traffic light system? I've read that twice now. Does that make sense?
No.
Shall I read it? Shall I read it again?
No.
It's stupid, says Alison. We all sit here with our engines running, and for most of the time, no one is moving. Well, it's interesting, isn't it, that when they take all that, they call it street furniture. It doesn't look like very comfortable furniture to me, but when they take it all out, traffic actually flows more smoothly. I mean, not in every circumstance, but when it was tried in, civilised places like Holland. When they take all that stuff out and they make the roads the same level as the pavement, and so everybody is in a shared space, like Dutch people do.
Groovy.
Then road traffic is moves more smoothly, and everybody is safer. You believe that? We sit here with our engines running, and for most of the time, no one is moving, says Alison. Well, nobody will be moving outside of Amazon. Extinction Rebellion have made sure of that. Are they still out there? Extinction Rebellion mobs blocked roads leading to more than a dozen Amazon fulfillment centres across the UK as they targeted Black Friday shoppers. You won't be able to get those things that you don't need, that you'll pay for with money you haven't got.
Oh, no.
Activists sat in large bamboo towers outside the warehouses, preventing vans and lorries from getting into the US giant's busiest... from getting in on... There really is... There's a problem between my brain and my mouth. I must identify what has gone wrong. Activists sat in large bamboo towers outside the warehouses, preventing vans and lorries from getting in on the US giant's busiest day of the year. Protests started at 4 a.m. with about... Blimey, you've got to be pretty keen to be somewhere at 4 a.m. I mean, that means getting up at midnight. That means no sleep. These people are committed. Yeah, they should be. I'll just make that comment for you. So, so you don't have to ring in with it. In Dartford, one of the 13 sites targeted, protesters held up a sign saying Black Friday exploits people and planet. Missing out a the. Never mind. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. In Peterborough, there was a slogan, Infinite growth harms planet. Again, missing the. In Manchester, Extinction Rebellion strew items along Sunbank Lane near Manchester Airport in order to stop traffic. Other sites that were blocked, including but were not limited to Doncaster, Darlington, Newcastle, Derby, Coventry, Rugeley, rubbish, no such place, Bristol, Tilbury and Milton Keynes. And videos have emerged of officers ungluing protesters stuck to the road. Yeah, I just don't see the attraction of all that gluing yourself to anything, let alone something as difficult to pick up and take with you as a road. I mean, how much glue would you need to secure yourself to a bypass? XR's spokesmodel in the Dunfermline blockade, Meg, said, "We started here at about 4 a.m. but are not blocking the employees' car park so the night shift can leave. We have good vibes and music, she said.
Yowza.
An XR spokesperson said the action is intended to draw attention to Amazon's exploitative and environmentally destructive business practices, disregard for workers' rights in the name of company profits, as well as the wastefulness of Black Friday. And a spokesperson for Amazon said, "Oh, no, it isn't," or words to that effect. The blockade is part of an international action by XR targeting 15 Amazon fulfillment centres in the UK, the US, Germany and the Netherlands, aimed at highlighting Amazon's activities, or crimes, as it was, as an XR spokesperson said. Protester Eleanor from Glasgow said, "It's essential that we move to a new model of economics that prioritises well-being and sustainability over profit. An era of exploitative, throwaway capitalism will soon be over, either by changing to meet the challenges we now face, or by the destruction of our global habitats and societies. Yeah, either we're going to come to our senses, or the world is going to bring us to our senses." Well, that's an interesting concept. A person whose name I can't pronounce, called anyway, he's a 19-year-old, he or she, sexist, is a 19-year-old student. They said, "We have to recognise that the consumption in the global north is largely based on the exploitation of the working class in the global south. We need a new system that represents people and the planet instead of blindly chasing profit," which is interesting, because that's the exact opposite that we heard this week from David Frost. Lord Frost, you know, that chap whose job it is to seemingly blame the French for everything that his government screws up. Frosty the Dough Man gave a speech which somewhat went under the radar because it was made at the same time that Bodger melted.
Peppa Pig World. Peppa Pig World it has
yes,
Peppa
yes,
Pig.
Yes. Bodger Johnson was melting into a puddle of goo while spewing on about Peppa Pig, for crying out loud. And Frosty the Dough Man's speech went unreported because everybody was, you know, like mouth open in shock. Forgive you? No. Frosty said, "If we follow the European social model, if we follow the European social model of myriad employment regulations, hefty taxes and stratospheric welfare spending, we will, like most of the EU, enjoy only modest economic growth and squander the opportunities of Brexit." Which is very revealing. Almost like he said it out loud by accident. You know, there's a list called the Happiness Index. It rates all the countries in the world on various measurements to get the happiest places to live. I mention it a lot. Because what is life for if it's not to extrude? Is that the right word? To extrude the most amount of happiness and squirt it all over ourselves. The Happiness Index, and by no coincidence, the happiest people are always from those countries that do exactly what he said we shouldn't do. Tax their citizens more, protect them with employment legislation, and spend highly on welfare for the benefit of all. The social democratic Scandi countries always top the list of happiness among their citizens. And we're supposed to think that's a bad thing. And what we should strive for instead is the American winner-takes-all model. And that's fine if you have already won. I mean, just think who would benefit from reducing workers' rights? Who would benefit from cutting the welfare payments to those that need it most? Who would benefit from lower taxation? And it's the richest in every case, including the last one, the taxation one. I mean, we get given this story about how it would benefit us all. Oh, lower taxes, and, then we'll be happy. Well, if you're on 20 grand a year and the tax rate is cut by 10%, you'll make an extra £148 a year. If you're on £1 million a year and the tax rate's cut by 10%, you'll make £43,500 more a year. Tax cuts are for the rich. They benefit the rest of us almost not at all. And yet we're persuaded that that's where we should be going. So the rebellion people with their faces stuck to the tarmac are right. And that Garfield the Cat impersonator, our Brexit negotiator and full-time unelected bureaucrat, is wrong. Unless you buy into that myth about making it if you try hard. You know, some people win the lottery. We just heard about one of them on the news. A French person. A French person's got my money. Do you have to buy a ticket to actually win? I suppose you do. That's where I've been going wrong. They should have explained that. Some people win the lottery and get out of their poor background and achieve a great success. But the game is rigged against us. I mean, just look at how many old Etonians are in the cabinet and are in plum acting jobs, are running companies and are in the top 1%. It's not because of their genius and acumen. It's because they started the race at the finishing line while we were all huffing and puffing doing laps. I mean, I know we're conditioned to berate the protesters, but what kind of country would be a better one to live in? One in which we were taken care of, have a safety net, and are less obsessed with consumerism, or one in which the overriding force is to maximise profits at any cost? And if you chose the profits route, just think who that's benefited from as following that policy since the 1960s. The CEOs, chief executive officers of corporations, used to earn in the 1960s about 40 times the average wage of the people in those companies. Today, after all that growth in the intervening period, the workers' wages have pretty much flatlined in real terms, but the bosses earn now 400 times the average wage of the people in their companies. Economic growth is not for the little people, not leprechauns. Little people make the growth happen. It's just that they don't see any of the spoils. It's like the whole human race has been hypnotised by the prospect of owning shiny things. All shiny things now 25% off. Limited offer. Hurry while stocks last. Chris texts, I've just led an owl walk on Quantock Hill in Somerset. Crazy weather. We had lightning, heavy sleet, 3 degrees temperature, but the owls were amazing. Groovy. An owl walk. Do owls like walking? You could put a lead on one, just drag it around if it doesn't want to cooperate. All owls should be on a lead. It's a fact. Simon says, what stops a passenger getting a flight from South Africa to, say, Holland and then a connection onto London, you know, carrying the new variant? Well, nothing here. Nothing here at all. We just wave them on through. Please, go ahead and mingle, if you like. I mean, it's not like we don't know where they've come from. They would have had to show their papers. Let's have a call in Woodside. Hello, David.
Good evening. How are you?
Good, thanks.
It was what you said about the 10% tax cut and what the difference is or what little it makes, which is very true. But my point is about the Class 1 national insurance that we pay in this country. If you earn 30 grand a year, which is the average apparently, you end up paying about £2,500 national insurance for the year. If I earn 10 times that, i.e. £300,000 a year, I only pay £9,000 national insurance. And if I earn 100 times that, i.e. £3 million a year, I only pay 60-something thousand pound national insurance.
Wow,
So I think
it's almost as though the system is rigged against those who have nothing.
it is. As soon as I think it's over 100,000, I believe, you pay. So when we get this new 1.25% increase next year, you pay that up to about 100,000, then it plummets to 2.5%. So most people are paying 11-12% national insurance. Once you start earning some decent money, i.e. 6 figures, we'll give you 10% back. We're going to take a bit more from tax from you, but that's everyone. The tax is the same. It's equal. It's honest. It's fair in a way. Do you know what I mean? But this is probably one of the biggest urine takes that the government does. And they talk about, you know, social care and NHS funding and all that. They sort out what people pay at the very beginning.
Right. Well, I can't disagree with much of anything you just said. It is, the system is rigged against the people that vote for the system to continue rigging things against the people. I mean, every now and again I'll post on Twitter the demographics of who voted for which party in the last general election. And it is almost completely the opposite of what you would expect. You'd think that well-off people would vote Conservative, but they don't. You'd think that poor people would vote for the Labour Party, but they don't. Poor people vote for the Conservative Party overwhelmingly, much more so than do well-off people. Isn't that weird? You would think it would be the other way around. Because, I mean, we can see with our own eyeballs which kind of person benefits from a Conservative administration. And yet the people that keep getting it in the neck over and over and over again, who are suffering from, a decade or more of austerity, the people that have suffered the most are the people who are most keen to to have the party that's doing it to them continue doing it to them. Thank you, sir. May I have another? There is a masochistic streak that runs through this country. All right, thanks a lot, David. 0345 6060 973. Chris texts, Brexiter noun. Oh, this is definition. Brexiter, noun. A person who bricks up their windows to stop others seeing in, who now complains that they are unable to see out. Chris is just like, picking fights already. Why can't people just get along? Tony says, the day you ever take Britain's side on any single issue, I will eat my hat, says Tony. Tony, you are mistaking unquestioning adherence to the dear leader as patriotism. It isn't. I want what's best for my country, Tony. You, I suspect, just want what you have been convinced is best for you personally. If we do things wrong, and we appear to make, certain individuals seem to make a career of doing things wrong.
Yeah. Wait.
Then pretending that it's right is not an act of patriotism. Kate emails, was that the sound of our PM playing with Peppa Pig and his homemade buses out of old of wine crates? Yeah, he said that once, didn't he? No evidence has been produced to back up that claim that his hobby was making buses out of old wine crates.
Booze.
I mean, I would be prepared to believe that he has a lot of empty wine crates about the place, but not that he makes buses out of them. I mean, come off it. Julia tweets, a French person has just won Euro Millions. No! That's got to make you smile. La France, 101 million. UK, 0 point. No, it doesn't make me smile, Julia. That French person's got my money. Sheila says, after hearing the news about the ultra-rich lottery winner in France, I suspect BJ will be tweeting and saying that he loves France. Well, I bet the whoever is figuring out the Conservative Party donor list will be tweeting to them personally. Roger texts, Nick, so that's another £137 million slipped through your fingers. A French person won the jackpot. People are obsessed with this now. See, if it was somebody from Stockport, you wouldn't be complaining, would you? It's because it was a French person. Neil tweets, new strain of coronavirus has been named Omicron. Is this the new member of the Transformers' arch enemies, the Decepticons? I thought the Transformers. I see. My mind went to the Mysterons. This is the voice of the Mysterons. Remember that? You remember when Big Ben chimed 13? How tremendously exciting was that? Anyway, there's more to this tweet. The new strain of the coronavirus has been named Omicron. Is this a new member of the Transformers' arch enemies, the Decepticons? I tried to watch one of those Transformers films, and I just couldn't do it. It was just like a visual and oral cacophony. It all was happening too fast as well. I couldn't really figure out what was doing what to whom. And when they changed, are you supposed to be able to see it? Because it's just too quick.
Oh, why don't you try and keep up, Grandad? When you watch Songs of Praise or something, it's more your speed.
Kids, eh? What a disappointment. Anyway, he says, if so, where's Optimus Prime when we need him? I've got no idea what that means. Optimus Prime. Is that one of Amazon's offerings? Sanj texts, I see in his letter to Macron, Bozo was telling him that we'll send over a border force police to control France's border. We can't even look after ours, and after Brexit we have Farage patrolling ours, and what a great job he's doing with all this going on with all this going on. All Labour can do is go on about bringing a baby to work. Bringing a baby to work. Yeah, we got one on the front pages of the Conservative Party. It scares me that this lot could stay in power for a long time, says Sanj. Well, be afraid. Be very afraid. Bringing a baby to work, Bodge.
Peppa Pig World. Peppa Pig World is...
Yes, yes.
It has...
yes.
Peppa Pig.
Peppa Pig. The clue's in the name. Peppa Pig World. I mean, you try and explain it to somebody that's unfamiliar with what's happening here. Just try, I double dare you. Oh my God, look at all these emails and texts and stuff. Does anybody have a phone that works? No, see, this is the problem with modern communications. Nobody uses the phone for speaking anymore. Does anybody use the phone to actually speak anymore?
No.
No. When you get an actual voice call, people freak out. This has happened to me. You remember, dim, distant past, God, it seems like so long ago. You remember we were all sent indoors as though we'd all been bad? We were being punished. We got sent indoors. So we couldn't actually see any of our friends. Against the law. And so I thought, well, you know what? I'll just call one of them up. I'll call a couple of them up and see what happens. Instead of, waggling my fingers at my phone all day long and just taking 3 hours to send a message that you could get done in about 10 seconds if you were just using your mouth. And I called one of them up, and he answered the phone. He said, "What are you calling me for?" As though I was being intrusive. You don't have to pick the phone up. It's not a video call. You don't have to get dressed for it. It was just a phone call. And I thought that was a bit weird. And then I called up another friend, and I got the exact same response. What are you calling me for?
You've forgotten how to text.
Nobody uses their phone anymore, which is why I've got about 1,000 tweets and texts and emails, and I've been in want of actual real-life phone calls. Never mind, you know me, I never complain. What a charming, wonderful and heartwarming news story. Excellent work, Zora Sullivan. In case you missed it, a puppy with 50,000 followers on social media. My God, that dog's more popular than I am. What's that dog got that I ain't? It was called Queenie, and it was nicked, apparently. Dog napping, which is against the law. Of course, the government has just brought in a law that prevents you from dog napping. It's now against the law. It was also previously against the law, but they are, their modus operandi is to bring in new laws to replace existing laws that they don't use. And then they don't use those new laws. But at least people think that they're doing something about it. They're just not doing something about it. They're just announcing new laws all the time. Anyway, the dog was found, Queenie, an American bulldog. And it was so happy that it licked the officers and gave it one of their treats. And so did the owner, as a matter of fact. The case is up on Monday. Paul says when a parent looks like they are enjoying a children's theme park more than their children, there must be issues that need to be addressed. Issues? Yeah, I think you got issues, Bodge.
I can't comment on that.
It's a yes. Emma tweets, what a guy on LBC, saving the world with his shampoo bar. That's from some while ago. Hemel Hempstead. Hello, Charles.
Hello, mate. Yeah, I just want to say that I used to vote Labour. My grandparents did. My parents did. But I can't bring myself to do it anymore, Nick.
Oh no!
I'm sorry.
Why? Lost your pencil?
No, I'll tell you why. Housing. I spent 16 years on the housing list. Yeah, 16 years to get a house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. It wasn't because there wasn't enough housing. It's because the policy is made for greatest in need. Now, because I was in a two-bedroom flat with a boy and a girl, yeah, okay, I was considered to be low points. You were me?
Yeah, so you already had somewhere to live, right?
Yeah.
So you were below the people that didn't have anywhere to live.
Yeah, I know. We're talking about in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. But if you were homeless, like a migrant, and you come into this country, you haven't paid for the house, you got it.
We're just all right. So we're just giving out houses to people who. Yeah, okay, right.
No,
that's your problem. It's the people below you on the ladder that are the problem. They're dragging you down, Charles. Of course, it's not the people above you on the ladder that are pushing you down. The reason that you couldn't get a house is that because in many years since the Second World War, we built zero social housing, none at all. Precious few houses, period. Germany, on the other hand, has managed to build 250,000 a year since the Second World War. So that's on us, Charles. But, if it makes you feel better, blaming people who have come from desperate straits and, made it here against all the odds, who are, desperate to make a new life for themselves, but you can't get a bigger house for yourself, then, okay, so be it. Thanks a lot, Charles. Pretty sure I've heard that call before. Still whining. Keith says, could you explain why, in naming this new COVID variant, Omicron, we have jumped from 4th to the 15th letter of the Greek alphabet? It doesn't make no sense to me, because there's a load of letters we ain't used yet. Are they thinking that this is all over and we only need one more letter? In which case, I think they are in for a big surprise. Huge. So we had Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, and then we ran out. Didn't we? It wasn't Delta the last one. And then there's Epsilon, and then Zeta. Now, you think that Zeta would be Z at the end of the alphabet, but the Greeks put it at the 6th letter. It's almost as though they don't speak English. And then Eta, Theta, Iota, Kappa, Lambda, Mu, and then Nu. I mean, at least if they called it the new variant, NU, then there would be, we'd have an amusing time discussing it. It'd be the only funny thing about it. Are you talking about the new variant or the new variant? And then there's Z and then Omicron. So we skipped out just loads. Why not Eta or Theta or Iota or Kappa? What's wrong with Kappa? And now there's Upsilon, not Epsilon. That's going to be confusing. If they go backwards and give us an Epsilon, there's also coming up, there's an Upsilon and Psi and Phi. All sorts. Oh, boy, it's going to be so funny. As long as those variants keep on coming, we're going to be rolling around the floor laughing. Richard texts, if Boris goes, you'll be out of a job. Okay. What, you mean there'll be no news to talk about? I very much doubt it. I mean, you'd think that with Donald Trump. If Donald Trump goes, then what are we going to talk about? Well, there's always something. The world doesn't stop for a moment. Sam says, have you seen Tony Blair had advised Starmer to wage war on socialists? Yeah, that's the fight to pick right now. Well, it's like I said. When the right wing get a sense of power, they put all their differences aside and they get in line and are absolutely determined to get and then cling on to power. It's their number one objective. Everything else is subordinate. The left, meanwhile, pick fights with themselves, trip over their own faces, and then fall in a pile. And the right wing just step nimbly over them into power again. And they'll do it again. I bet you that the next president of the United States of America looks very orangely familiar.
Oh, shut up!
I bet. Because the left in America, they're going to be, as they have done with Uncle Joe's various infrastructure bills. He's got one infrastructure bill for roads and bridges, which they just about got through. But then the other one is to help people. You know, people. Actual people. Give them dental cover and all of these things that we take for granted in this and pretty much every other country on Earth. They wanted to give them, a better life. and the left wing are busy fighting each other about how much of a better life they're going to get. The right wing say, no, that's socialism. And everybody gets on the same page, and we don't want socialism. No! And the left are left in their wake, just beating each other up about how kind we're going to be. Well, you've got to have power before you do that. And they seem... the left wing do seem to be hampered in that regard. I mean, since World War II, I think the Tories have been in power for, 2/3 of the time? And almost always a minority government. A minority of the people that voted for them actually get their way. So under 50% of the population get what they want, or what they've been persuaded that they want. And the majority, as usual, get nothing. Shirley texts, soap bars sound like a horror story. Do they? Soap bars sound like a horror story. Am I missing something there? I don't think so. Doesn't sound like a horror story to me. Craig says, I have the answer to stop these illegal types coming to Britain. They come mainly because we are an English-speaking country. Let's stop speaking English. If we spoke French instead, they'd line up on our beaches to leave our shores. Simples, says Craig. Yeah, especially the way that we speak French. Je veux beer, mate. Sounds terrible coming out from our mouths. Of course, French from French people's mouths just sounds mellifluous. It's just all with the lips. All like that. It's like they're kissing us.
Disgusting.
But when we speak, it's all like the back of the throat, like that. We just can't do French or any other language, as a matter of fact. Ricky tweets, "Hey, Ricky, you're so fine, you blow my mind, Ricky." He says, "Did you hear about the Tory MP who was blaming an increase in crime by young lads on the fact that the BBC cast a woman to play Doctor Who?" Yeah, I did hear that. He says, what a way to run a country.
Dreadful.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, stunning. I mean, really quite amazing. If these are the best people that we can find, and we have to continue to let them earn money from outside jobs in order to retain these best people, I say we just take a chance on what the second best people are like. Who's with me? Hands in the air. Michael texts, I know how to use my TV. I can even skip the ads, boasts Michael. I can't remember the last time I saw an advert on TV. At anything less than 30 times normal speed. They zip by. Why would anybody watch the ads on television when you can record it and just speed through it? I mean, nobody watches anything live, do they? Apart from the news and maybe, just maybe, a football match every now and again. And I am sort of vaguely aware that they're all getting out their big guns, all the Christmas adverts, because it's Jesus' birthday coming up, and that's what Jesus would want, us to buy a lot of stuff we don't need with money we haven't got. But, they're wasting their money as far as I'm concerned, because I only ever see it at top speed. Dan texts, is the Tory party like COVID? Every time they are voted back in, it's a new variant with hideous mutations. Mutations. Yeah, that does sound like there is a mutation going around. Kate says it's going to be cold tonight. It's so I made my cat 2 microwave hotties to put under his blanket. He also has a heat-reflecting mat to sleep on, 2 cushions at each end to keep any draft at bay. He's an indoor cat, so he hasn't grown a winter coat. It's soft and silky all year round. Does everyone do this for their cat in winter, or is it just me? Says Kate. Kate, I think I can say without fear of contradiction, it's just you. What's a microwave hottie, by the way? Is it like a toasty? Because it will warm you up and it'll give you something to eat if you wake up in the middle of the night. Snacking. Don't let me forget to do that thing about psychopathic cats. Is your cat a psychopath? New test. Tom tweets, it's a good job that wasn't David Cameron that went to Peppa Pig World. It's a good job it wasn't David Cameron that went to Peppa Pig World.
I think this is nonsense.
Yeah. Still not missing you, Dave. But we know where to find you if we do. You'll be in the shed where they keep the tools. Tim emails, there's a mug for sale on eBay with your face on it. No certificate of authenticity, though. This is in reference to last week, where apparently somebody put a picture of me on the internet with a genuine certificate of authenticity. I mean, colour me amazed. Maybe I'm amazed. Get Paul McCartney on the phone, he'll sing it to us.
Rock and roll!
Christian tweets, last week you said being an MP was a full-time job. Did you lie to us? I guess I did, yeah, because I worked it out and mentioned it some while ago. 18 weeks holiday a year. What? Can you believe it? It's about 18 weeks holiday a year. Who gets 18 weeks holiday a year? Now, you think with all that time off, they would actually be able to put in a shift for us, you know, when they're not working, he said, waggling his fingers in the air to denote inverted commas. When they're not working for us. But apparently even that's too much. We appreciate any little thing you can do for us.
Thank you.
Jake tweets, hey Nick, have you looked at the calendar lately? It's terrifying. Our days are numbered. Okay. All right, that was not bad. I'll let you get away with that one. It's like this show's turned into a Christmas cracker. It's a cracker. Our days are numbered.
Oh, fabulous.
Ian texts, good job MPs have all those other jobs to make up their wages, or they'd be skint, eh? Yeah, it's some kind of interesting and educational that people are saying that politicians cannot possibly survive on only 80-odd grand a year and £250,000 a year on expenses. And yet, we must do something about the enormous riches that are poured all over people who manage to get over here on an inflatable dinghy because they get £5 whole a day and put up in some damp garret. Edward says, is your tooth all right? Well, I don't know, to be honest. I'm a bit wary of going back to the dentist, you know, because he's a dentist. And also, it's not... I had root canal treatment.
Oh, no.
Which I thought was going to be the most painful thing that I had ever experienced. Turns out, not really. I mean, they gave me like 2 or 3 massive injections... Well, like a 3-foot needle, stuck it into my face. I thought it was going to come out the back of my head, it was so big. And then he dug down, didn't feel a thing. And he put it all back together again. He said, that's going to be absolutely fine, perfect, and I'll only charge you £1,500. I'm not making that up. I could buy my car 10 times over for the amount it cost me to keep one tooth in my head. You believe that? Of course, if I'd had it on the NHS, I wouldn't have had it on the NHS. I'd have been on a list to get put on a waiting list. I would have been sore from now until the end of time. But yeah, they filled it in, and I don't know. It's not perfect. It's not. I can't not feel it. Does that make sense? But I don't want to go back to him because what's he going to do? Oh well, okay, we'll pull it out. That'll be another 500 quid, please. So I'm just going to suffer. But you know me, I never complain.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Steve says, will you be doing the A to Z this Christmas? If you do it in he says, if you do it in alphabetical order, you get extra points.
And it was 30 or 35 questions. The first questions are very easy. The last questions are much more difficult. Like a memory question, it's like you'll go person, woman, man, camera, TV. So they say, could you repeat that? So I said, yeah. So it's woman, camera, TV. Okay, that's very good. If you get it in order, you get extra points. Okay, now he's asking you other questions, and then 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes later, they say, remember the first question? Not the first, but the 10th question? Give us that again. Can you do that again? And you go, woman, man, person, man, camera, TV. If you get it in order, you get extra points. They said nobody gets it in order. It's actually not that easy, but for me it was easy. And that's not an easy question. In other words, they ask it to you, they give you 5 names and you have to repeat them. And that's okay. If you repeat them out of order, it's okay, but you know, it's not as good. But then when you go back about 20, 25 minutes later and they say, go back to that question. They don't tell you this. Go back to that question and repeat them. Can you do it? And you go, camera, man, person, woman, TV. They say, that's amazing. How did you do that? I do it because I have like a good memory, because I'm cognitively there.
Cognitively there.
Oh, shut up!
Seriously, Donny, you are a card. How did he get to become the President of the United States of America?
I love the poorly educated.
Oh, yeah, that's right. His ding-a-ling fans. What do you think, Kanye?
Whoop-dee-dee-scoop-poop.
Precisely. Your husband's an idiot, Melania.
I don't care.
She's not that bothered. Roy tweets, do you think that Bodger kept saying to Carrie on the way to Peppa Pig World, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Yeah. Carrie says, I'll slap your legs if you don't keep quiet. Jacob's nanny emails, stop being unfair to poor Precious. Poor Precious.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Mark tweets, French geese are winning the Euro Millions. Where will it end? Well, if that isn't reason enough to declare war, I don't know what is. Stealing our money. David says, I have calculated that if you start the 2021 A to Z on Christmas Eve and do 1 letter per hour, we will be on the letter P at 10 p.m. on Wednesday the 29th of December. So at 10:05 on the 29th, I'll be texting in with my suggestion for the letter P, which will be Peppa Pig.
Peppa Pig World. Peppa Pig World it has
yes.
Peppa Pig.
Peppa Pig is the right answer.
Affirmative.
Very good, Donny. Very good. Sean emails, don't forget to do the cat thing. Oh, yeah, the cat thing. Is your cat a psychopath? And the answer is almost certainly yes. Apparently there's a test. You've got to make your cat take a test. The difficult part is making it sit still long enough. Paul emails, Omicron just so happens to be an anagram of moronic. More on ick. It is! Omicron is an anagram of moronic. Dave texts, could do with some global warming here in Glasgow. My kilt keeps blowing up. Well, I know that's not true, Dave, because no one in Glasgow wears a kilt. 0 people. Lawrence texts, Steve Allen says you're fibbing about having pizza for your Christmas dinner. What Steve Allen knows about my dinner, you could write in the back of a stamp. I am definitely going to have a pizza for my Christmas dinner. The only problem, every year when it comes around, Jesus gets a birthday every year, and the only problem with that for me is knowing what to do with a pizza. Because how do you make a pizza extra special? Years go by and I think I'll put I'll slice up I'll push the boat out, literally and figuratively, and get a lobster and I'll stick that on it. I'll take it out of its little house first, and then chop it into little bits and put it on a pizza. But I don't know, would that work? Because you can't really put very much on a pizza, because otherwise it just becomes a big, gloopy, soggy mess. It needs to be crisp. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll just have an ordinary pizza. But that just seems a bit boring. And disrespectful to Jesus. But mind your own business, Steve Allen. Just make sure you bring some snacks in. Blooming starving in here. Dave texts, 18 weeks holiday, you're pulling my leg. No, I worked it out. I did mental arithmetic. Can you believe that?
No.
Yeah, mental arithmetic, and I worked out that our MPs, our elected representatives, who are working hard on our behalf, actually take 18 weeks holiday a year. And when they're at work, they're not really at work. What a racket, eh? And they're still complaining.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Jim texts, please ask Mr. Zahawi how long till Jesus' birthday. Yeah, how many weeks is it, Zaphod?
And 1.
Yes.
2.
4.
11.
11 weeks till Jesus' birthday. 11 weeks. Emma says, there's a reason these variants aren't being named in a recognisable alphabetical order. It's because the 24-letter Greek alphabet doesn't follow A to Z. So Omega, not O, but its own letter altogether in Greek, is at the end of that alphabet, for example, and you won't be seeing the 26th variant being named Zulu. Yeah, but I'm doing it... I'm not that I know anything about it, but I'm just looking at something that you can buy that's the Greek alphabet. It's like a wall poster. And it goes alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, zeta, eta, theta, iota, kappa, lambda, mu, nu, z, omicron. So omicron's way down the list. So what's that about? And then pi, rho, sigma, tau, upsilon, not epsilon, phi, chi, psi, and omega. Omega's at the end. That's just bizarre. Ancient Greek people, eh? Vince texts, hang on. Is it a new variant, NU, or an Omicron variant? Yeah, I thought it was going to be the new variant. So they changed their minds pretty quick, Sticks. Some expert just alerted them to the fact that people are going to be calling it a new variant, and then when a new variant comes along, they're going to be confused about whether they're talking about the new variant or the new variant. Vince says, I don't want to have wasted my time learning the Greek alphabet for nothing, and I missed all of the others post to Delta. Have I? And I missed all of the others post Delta, starting with Epsilon, and then he's got 2 question marks, even though it's not a question, it's a statement. Never mind about learning the Greek alphabet, Vince. You want to learn the English one. This anonymous text says, what's ET short for? It's another bloomin' joke.
Oh, no.
We'll never know what ET is short for. Unless you know already. In which case, keep it to yourself. Morgan says, the only way to save migrants from risking the Channel crossing is to allow them to reach their desired destination, the UK. Give them free passage on the ferries to the UK. They speak English and they want to work to protect their families. Well, that makes more sense than any tweet I've read so far this evening. You know, when they do get here by illegal methods, because we have done our best, or the regime has done its best to please its fans by making it almost impossible to get here by legal means. So they have to come here by illegal means. And when they get here, over 2/3 of them are, they pass the test for being refugees. So they weren't illegals. They were legals. And they're going to have a big conflab, a big meeting about this over in the EU, and Priti Patel has been disinvited. After Bodger called on France to take back people who crossed the channel to the UK, again, why should they? Why should they? Why should we just skip our responsibilities and everybody else have to take theirs? Why should we get away with it? The French government withdrew an invitation to the Home Secretary, Priti Patel, to attend a meeting about the Channel boat crisis. They said non. Actually, they said non merci. I mean, good manners don't cost nothing, do they?
Be polite!
It follows Bodger's letter to President Emmanuel Macron, setting out 5 steps to avoid a repeat of Wednesday's tragedy. The letter sent out publicly as a tweet in time for the front pages of the UK newspapers. And I think Bodger's plan was France should get their finger out and stop us from having to take any of these blooming foreigners. I think that's it in a nutshell, isn't it? And if that was a plan to rile the French and make absolutely certain that Bodger's regime can keep the fire of enmity going to disguise the effects of Brexit and permanently give us someone to blame for everything that goes wrong here, then that tweeted letter was it. I mean, it wasn't even a letter to the French president. Who sends a letter to someone on Twitter for it to be printed on the front pages of government-friendly newspapers? Someone who is deliberately trying to stoke up a fight. I mean, if it was a genuine attempt at solving a problem, then it is worryingly inept. It's almost as though we are being run by people who don't know what they're doing.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Gérald Darmanin, the French Minister of the Interior, told Priti Patel the letter from Bodger to Macron suggesting France take back people across the channel was a disappointment. He's not angry, he's just disappointed. Referring to Bodger's posting of the letter on social media, he said, making it public made it even worse. I therefore need to cancel our meeting in Calais on Sunday. Everyone's just playing games with this. But you know what? The French do their bit. They take refugees. We are doing our utmost to abrogate our responsibilities in that regard. Like we're not part of the world anymore. And it's just to get their fans doing a little happy clappy dance. Performative cruelty for votes. I don't know how they live with themselves. I honestly don't. Referring to Johnson's posting of the letter on Sunday, he said, making it public made it even worse. I therefore cancel our meeting in Calais on Sunday, he said to Priti Patel. During a visit to Italy, Macron said he was surprised by these methods which are not serious. He said one does not communicate from one leader to another on questions such as these by tweet. Exactly. I mean, what sort of idiot conducts highly important government business by tweet?
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
Oh, yeah. It seems like everything the government does can be summed up by the phrase, what would Donald Trump do? They're still following his guide to running a country. What would Donald Trump do? He'd put people in charge of departments based on whether they are utterly unsuited to that task. It seems the only qualification to be put into a position of authority in this government is that you are utterly unsuited to that position. The French government's official spokesmodel, Gabriel Attal, added to criticism of Bodger's letter on French television, calling it mediocre in terms of the content and wholly inappropriate as regards the form. Wow. That could be on Bodger's business card. Mediocre in terms of the content and wholly inappropriate as regards the form. You could get a T-shirt made. Give the contract to whoever donates the most to the regime. What do you think about that, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
It's a yes from him. Send him a message on WhatsApp. The French government's official spokesperson, Gabriel Attal, said the letter was mediocre because it does not respect all the work that has been done by our coast guards, police, gendarmes and lifeboat crews. It basically proposes a relocation agreement, which is clearly what is not needed to solve this problem. She says, we're sick and tired of this double talk and outsourcing of problems. It's outsourcing of blame, really, isn't it? But outsourcing of blame is what we are free to do now that we aren't in the European Union anymore. Blame seems to be our biggest export now. Bodge. France was planning to host ministers from all states with Channel coasts, including Prissy Patel, for a meeting on the refugee crisis in Calais on Sunday. A source close to Darmanin told Agence France Presse and the French media that the meeting would be going ahead with the ministers from other European countries, but said that Patel was no longer invited after Johnson's unacceptable letter. They'll just have to get on without Priti Patel's expertise and compassion. Grant Shapps, who is the actual Transport Secretary, if you can believe that. No. He dismissed suggestions that Bodger's plan was sent to generate headlines and insisted it was made in good faith. Oh, please. But as Grant Shapps is the chap who actually went on TV and said that refugees are by law supposed to stay in the first safe country they get to, which is 100% wrong, I think we should go ahead and consider dismissing everything else he has to say on any subject. Truly, this is the government of no talents. It's almost as though ministers have been selected for their inability to do the job. Either that or we're part of a massive national joke and the punchline is just around the corner. Of course, just because Prissy Patel doesn't get an invite doesn't mean that she can't be performatively cruel and go ahead with that pushing them back out to sea routine. Small problem there, though, because the people who would be tasked with doing that don't want to do it. Of course they blooming well don't. They're not psychopaths like cats. The head of a UK trade union that represents thousands of border force staff has warned that members could be balloted to strike if they are asked to push back boats of people. Prissy Patel claimed in Parliament on Thursday that Border Force was ready and prepared to turn around boats that have come from France and send them back. Yeah, a small point of order. Oh, no, they're not. Mark Sawatka, the PCS General Secretary, said it's shocking that the government is suggesting Border Force staff turn boats back, which will clearly be against international law and morally reprehensible. Yeah, you can say that again. They said, we are reviewing our options, including taking out a judicial review against Prissy Patel's plans and a possible industrial response. So you're going to have to captain the boats yourself, Prissy. If she wants to push some of the most desperate people on Earth back out to sea, she'll have to get her cagoule on. Let's have a call from France. No! Strasbourg, to be specific. Hello, Jay.
Evening, Nick. You all right?
Yes, good, thanks.
Well, long-time listener and a first-time caller.
Welcome along. Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot. I'm just walking home from work, and I put the phone on, and I was listening to you. You said, and you were still talking about pizzas.
Pizza.
And I can't believe nobody's mentioned the old tarte flambé, the flammkuche.
The what now?
You've not tried one of those? It's
a tarte flambé. That sounds like pudding.
Yeah.
A pudding, is it?
No, yeah, it sounds like a pudding, but it's like it's an Alsatian pizza.
An Alsatian. Now, I've had a quiche Lorraine. Now, Lorraine is next to Alsace, and a quiche Lorraine in this country is nothing at all. A quiche Lorraine in Lorraine is an absolute sensation.
Yeah, you're right. It's I didn't know until I moved to France a tarte flambé, or as the Germans call it, a Flammenkusch. It's like a really thin-based pizza.
Yeah.
And instead of a tomato sauce, you've got like a creme fraiche.
Oh, that doesn't sound very nice.
No,
and then
trust me.
And then you set it on fire. How'd you do that?
They do a dessert version with like apples on top, and you put like
brandy, Calvados, right, or eau de vie, something like that. Set it on fire. Yeah, which sounds like a really bad idea because it burns off all the alcohol.
Booze.
What do you want to do that for?
Ooh, yeah, burns off the best bit.
Exactly.
I think you would love it.
But you're not describing pizza. You are describing pudding. I mean, they don't put meat on a pizza and then set fire to it, do they?
I'm sorry to correct you, Nick, but they do. They put
right.
They call it lardons. It's like
lardons,
bits of bacon.
Bacon fat. Yeah.
Yeah, they put bacon, onions,
but bacon doesn't,
and cheese.
But bacon doesn't. It's not flammable, is it?
But listen, Nick, you don't have to set it on fire. You grill it.
Right.
You grill it like a pizza, like you would normally.
Okay, now let me stop you there because you do not grill pizza. You put it in a pizza oven. Bake it.
Okay, I'm fired. Yeah.
Right, you are sacked. Yeah. Don't even think about touching my pizza again. All right, thanks a lot, Jay. French people know nothing about pizza.
Correct.
I mean, they may know about flambeing and do an excellent line in quiche, but pizza is beyond them. Michael texts, when was the last time you did a whole show without having a listener with material? I can't remember. You'd think that the bar would be set too high for them to get through. God, listen to that. Can you hear that? The floor is vibrating. I think those kids below have turned the stereo up. Can you nip downstairs and tell Capital to keep it down a bit? Playing the disco dancing. Kids, eh? Call the police. Ian texts, perhaps you could tell there's a difference between a depot and a fulfilment centre. I'm glad you asked, Ian. A fulfilment centre is somewhere that has many more of the things you don't need that you will buy with money that you haven't got. That's the definition of a fulfilment centre as opposed to a depot which has fewer of them. I think you'll find that's right. Can you hear that? What a noise. How can it be that loud? I mean, the floors are about 3 feet thick. I can literally feel the vibrations coming up through my feet. Their ears must be bleeding down there. Turn that racket down, kids. People trying to get some sleep up here. Can you hear that? Is that actually bleeding through the microphone? Can you hear that? What an absolute disgrace. If I wasn't so frightened of them, I'd go down there and give them a piece of my mind. The nightclub downstairs has reopened. Is that right?
Yeah.
No kidding. Huh. Right. Okay, so, not us. It's got nothing to do with us. This place was like this when they got here or something like that. I don't know. Well, this is intolerable. Michael texts, when was the last... Oh, no, I read that. Ian, see, these kids downstairs are putting me off my game. Stephen tweets, we've been asking the same question right from the first decision regards to COVID-19. Yes, it is deliberate. It must have been. People can't be that stupid. We've all been set up to fall just like dominoes. Well, I don't know what you mean by that. Do you mean the government's ineptitude is not a mistake, it's deliberate? Or do you mean that the entire COVID-19 pandemic was deliberate? Because if you mean the latter, then there's a lot of filmic evidence that would back up that, but only in as regards fiction. I mean, it would be. I do a podcast called The Nick Abbott Habit, And I've been taking, it's like best of. It's just a half-hour best of clips of old shows. And I've been going through the period just when we left the European Union, not last January, but the January before. And at the same time, of course, we were hearing from this invisible menace from China. All sorts of things were going on at the same time because Donito Mussolini was still the president of the United States of America.
A president? Can you believe it?
No, we're still stunned, Donny. And we were hearing about this, this thing coming from China, and we were bunging a bob for Big Ben's bong to celebrate our glorious exit from our evil socialist overlords. No! And, we were thinking all sorts of wild and different things, and it's just incredible now to think when you hear those old shows about how blasé and casual we were all being about it. This was something they had in China. It's never going to affect us. Goodness me, no, why would it? Considering the experts that we got in charge.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
But if their intention was to, thin out the population, particularly those that are economically inactive and require the most from a health service, then they couldn't have gone around. They couldn't have gone about it in a better way than what we got at the moment. So it's either staggering ineptitude or it's a plan. Now, I'm not of the, I'm not of a conspiracy theoretical bent. Wow, that was torturous. I don't believe in conspiracy theories, would be an easier way to put it.
Affirmative.
But I can understand why people would. I can understand why people would believe that. But I don't. But I can understand why people would. But not me. Greg emails, I had my Amazon package delivered today on time, but there was a protester glued to the box. Can I put him in the recycle bin with the cardboard? No, you put him out with the other hippies, Craig. I'm just kidding. About the hippie part. Roland emails, if you manage to get your words in order before the end of this show, will you get extra points? I do believe that those are the rules. You get extra points for getting it in order.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Robert texts, Nick, my heart bleeds for Bezos. Still got Cyber Monday to come. Yeah, that's right. Shop local. In fact, stop shopping. Unless you want to shop for anything that's advertised on this programme, in which case I think you probably look good in at least 2 of them. Buy 2. Why not? Treat yourself. You're worth it. Get out there and shop local. Just do it. Or stop being so, consumerist. Do you actually need any of the stuff that you're going to be buying this Christmas?
No.
Are the people that you're going to be giving it to, are they in want of that stuff?
No.
Of course not. Buying loads of stuff no one needs with money no one's got. The whole world's gone insane. Chris texts, and I'll go back to my assertion for the Extinction Rebellion people who were... I don't know whether they still are. I would imagine they've been driven in by the cold, but it's blooming freezing out there. But once you've glued yourself to the road, there's not much you can do about it. You're stuck there, literally. But their assertion was that we're all buying too much stuff and we're concentrating on the wrong thing, and it doesn't bring you happiness, and it just doesn't. This constant fear of missing out, this feeling that, your life is somehow not complete because you haven't got the latest, whatever it is, clothes, phone, car, shoes, stuff, And we weigh ourselves down with this stuff, and we weigh ourselves down with debt to buy this stuff. And then you're trapped. Then you're trapped paying off the interest on credit cards rather than the principal. And then they've got you. Forever. It's almost impossible to get out from underneath that. It's a trap. You don't need any of that stuff. Stop buying it. unless they're advertising with us, in which case I think you probably need 2 of each one. Chris says, I wonder if the government will give us Christmas this year, unlike last year, and will they shut the schools after one day in January? COVID is still high in schools. With this shower in charge, I think kids would make better decisions than Boris and this Muppet show. Yeah, I think so. I think you're probably right there, yeah. I mean, at least a child wouldn't get up and start extolling the virtues of Pepper World.
Peppa Pig World. Peppa Pig World it has...
yes? Go on.
Peppa Pig?
Peppa Pig is the right answer. You get a gold star. Yeah, are we going to get Christmas this year? Because they said yes, and and they're saying yes, and I'm hearing
No.
yeah. All that it will take to ruin Christmas again is for them to leave our borders wide open for a new and exciting variant, which seems to be exactly what they've done. Oh well, never mind. Elliot texts, you seem to be inferring that life is a coincidence and the materialistic, emotional, facile, economic and petty life we all take so seriously isn't real life. Well, you, my friend, are a lost soul. Our lives are special and God-given. God is all in capital letters. I think just... It may have a capital letter on the G, but not the O and the D. Never mind. You seem to be inferring that life is a coincidence. Of course it is. Everything is by chance. And the materialistic, emotional, facile, economic and petty life we all take so seriously isn't real life. Well, it depends what you mean by real life. It's life, but is it the most important thing? Because that's the way we arrange our lives, as though it is. As though getting stuff is the most important thing, because that's what we do all day long. We slave away in order to earn money to spend on stuff that we don't need, and we overspend, so we're spending money that we haven't got, flashing the plastic. So that's not real life. We've just been persuaded that it is, that it's vitally important that you get a bigger television and a bigger car and a bigger watch. And all of these things, it's just nonsense. You're persuaded that the thing that works perfectly well is embarrassing to you personally, such that you must throw it away and buy something else to replace it, to replace the thing that still works. It's mad. The whole world's gone crazy. We don't need any of this stuff. And people just chuck things away. Things aren't fixable anymore. They deliberately make them not to be fixed. Toasters, for instance. You used to be able to fix a toaster. Can you fix a toaster now? Of course not.
No.
No, not remotely. Apart from anything else, they don't screw them shut anymore. They weld them shut. So you physically can't get into it without ruining it. So you have to throw it away onto this mountain of small electronic goods that ends up in, I don't know, Bangladesh or India or China or somewhere like that. And we pretend that it's not ours anymore because we just export it. We just chuck it away over the garden fence and then admire our own pristine backyard. The next door is an absolute catastrophe. And then we suggest that they should clean up their mess, but it's not theirs, it's ours. I think it's called A Life Out of Balance. Koyaanisqatsi. My favourite film. I'm looking forward to seeing that again this Christmas. Koyaanisqatsi. Ask for it by name at a video rental place near you. Are there still video rental places?
No.
No.
Of course not, Grandad. I'll keep up. Everybody's streaming now.
Yeah, I don't do streaming. I want the actual physical product. I'm not going to rent something, and then when I stop renting it, I don't get to have it anymore. No thanks. Chris says, I should spell it for you. Koyaanisqatsi. Koyaanisqatsi, my favourite film ever. Looking forward to seeing it again this Christmas. That and Mad Max Thunder Road. Could be the best action movie ever made. That's a heck of a double bill, by the way. I thoroughly recommend that. I mean, it's two sides of cinematic greatness. They couldn't be more unalike. Elliot says, "You see?" Oh no, I've read that. Way ahead of schedule, by the way. I'm very good at this job. Mary says, please, can I ask you, do not insult Garfield the cat by comparing him to any of our politicians. Garfield has wit, intelligence, and makes for enjoyable viewing. Our politicians, on the other hand, do not. Well, it just occurs to me that Frosty the Doughboy is the spitting image of Garfield the cat. Isn't he? Just without the laughs. Let's have Streatham. Joy.
Nick.
Yes, Joy.
Yes, Nick. How are you?
I'm great, mate.
Good morning.
Hello.
Now, you know what? Just before I make my comment, your reference to not being able to fix anything, it reminded me of a reconditioning shop we had just on Brixton Hill, and we had another one around the corner from our house. We could actually just take things there. They would fix it, and everything was hunky-dory. But now, you can search high and low, and there's none of them.
Yeah, I find that annoying because I've got something I want fixed. I've got a lamp that wants fixed, and because you have to jiggle the bulb about in order to switch it on. I feel like I'm going to kill myself every time I try and turn the lamp on. And it would be nice to get it fixed, but who does that anymore?
It's deliberate, because when you think about it, things are forced upon us, and then we're told, it's what the consumer wanted. But no, it isn't. No, it isn't.
No, it's what we're persuaded that we want. You know, like to vote for certain political parties. We are persuaded to vote against our interests.
I know.
Ain't that right, Bodge?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah. Being led by the body nincompoop. Who thinks it's God's gift.
A nincompoop?
Delusion, yes, it's the deluded one.
Yeah.
Deluded one.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think what I said
nice
to
swerve away from saying poop, by the way. Nincompoop, yeah. Excellent work there.
Thank you. What I said to your producer, oh my God, could you get your producer on?
No.
I've forgotten what I said to him. Oh my God, wait a minute.
You've forgotten what you said to him? Well, never mind about that. What do you want to say to me?
What do I want to say to you? Okay, fine. Oh my God, I can't believe it. All right, I think he'll come back to me. Now, please, could people remind those who voted for Boris Johnson and his party, please remind yourself that you wanted sovereignty. So the attack on the French Prime Minister, even though I can't stand him, the impotent one, and having Priti Patel being banned, please stop it. Just stop it. You wanted sovereignty, you've got it. So why now suddenly there's this pretense attempt to work with France?
Well, we're not pretending to work. We're not pretending to work with France. They're constant. Look, the Brexit will never get done because if they do say that it is done now, then we will start to count how great or otherwise it is, and it will become frighteningly apparent that we were lied to about absolutely everything concerning Brexit, because nothing that they have told us was going to come about has actually happened. The opposite has happened in every single regard. So it benefits the regime to keep the fight going with the French, because they will always have someone to blame for the failure of their own policies.
Yeah, that's true. That reminds me, wasn't Sharp on Nick Ferrari's show this morning? He was asked a question regarding the Delta variant, and his response was he blamed the WHO. And I'm thinking, wait up, no, it had nothing to do with who. It was Boris Johnson wanting to go to India.
He blamed the WHO for the Delta variant.
No, for the lack of action on their part. He turned around and blamed someone else. And I'm thinking, what? on live radio.
It is amazing, actually, that absolutely nothing that happens is their fault. Everything is always somebody else's fault. It's like we're being run by children.
Yes, they worse than toddlers with their nappies on. Now I remember Peppa Pig. Boris Johnson and his obsession with Peppa Pig. This is not his first time. He keeps pulling out Peppa Pig when he knows he's not prepared. It's
okay,
like a
Joy, can I just stop you there? Because my mind went to an awful place when you said he keeps pulling out Peppa Pig.
Oh. Disgusting.
And I thought, oh, please, Boris. No, nobody will. Even Carrie says she doesn't want to see that. Joy, I'm going to have to go. I think I'm going to have to wash my brain. I have three. Once thought, you can't unthink it. Declan emails, Bojo has told so many porkies, is it any wonder he ended up talking about Peppa Pig? Coincidence, I'm sure. Robert texts, you should try an owl walk. It's a hoot. Okay, then. Malvern. Hello, Judy.
Hello.
Judy.
Ages.
Yes, Judy.
Oh, why did you lie to me? I'm going to do something really unusual. I'm going to disagree with you.
What?
I know. It pains me to say it, but actually there is a toaster that's been made in the UK since, I don't know, sort of just before the war, that is made this exactly the same way, and they guarantee that every single bit, because it's quite a clunky thing, but it's in lots of swishy houses.
Yeah.
They will replace. Every single tiny bit is replaceable.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's very unusual because there's no small electrical device that's like that. I mean, even like other white goods, big things like washing machines and tumble dryers and stuff like that. When they break, you throw them away and get a new one, which is just...
well, it's appalling.
It is terrible, yeah.
Do you know, I found myself in TK Maxx today. I mean, actually, I was going to Hereford. It's a long story, never mind. But
you were trying to get to Hereford, but you went TK Maxx.
No, I had to take my MacBook to an IT company somewhere near Hereford, and then I thought I'll pop in. There's a supermarket there, and I had to pop in. I had to go past TK Maxx. I thought, God, it's awful.
Oh, well, I don't think that's actually accurate.
I'm sorry. No, I mustn't say that because, no, I don't mean they're awful. What I mean is really just the amount of stuff. Actually, in all shops. It doesn't matter which one it was.
Oh, I see what you mean. Right.
Because it was just glut full of, like, everything you could possibly not need for Christmas.
Well,
and everything you couldn't,
That's just shops in general there, Judy. And I have a problem with the kids who claim to be eco-friendly. I may have mentioned this last week. They claim to be eco-friendly and, all on board with saving the planet. And yet, fast fashion, which I think is, one of the things you may have been describing there. Fast fashion, although TK Maxx doesn't really do fast fashion, does it? It does. Anyway.
No, it does everything.
Right.
I think it was the amount of just sort of
the stuff.
Just stuff, really. It's stuff.
Fast fashion is about the most polluting industry outside of oil and coal, and yet it is propped up almost exclusively by kids. They want to buy a piece of clothing which makes them feel good. The process of actually buying tickles, like a part of their brain, their reward centre. Not even a week. It's once they bought it, they don't even wear that stuff anymore. They just take it home and then throw it away because it's so cheap that they can go in and the very next day and buy something else for a little, a brain tickle. And it's so destructive. It's amazing. I mean, just growing cotton is one of the most polluting things that you can do.
No,
I think it is the most polluting crop, isn't it? Cotton.
Pretty much, and the whole processes and the dyeing and and in fairness, also it's inevitably it's young people who are desperately
sew it together. Exactly. I mean, you can't buy a packet of T-shirts, 3 T-shirts for $5, and expect that the people who sewed them together are having a decent life. How can you? Of course you can't.
You can't. Well, you see, but my favourite I loved Leonard Cohen. I still do. I mean, I know he's dead, but
a little bit depressing, though, Leonard Cohen.
No. He can be terrific. I watched his concert in London. It was one of the best concerts I've ever been to. You should have been there. The atmosphere was unbelievable, and yes, it was fun, and he's incredibly funny. But no, I mean, his line about there is a crack in everything. That's how the light gets in. And it's a brilliant statement in so many ways, but actually, if you take it literally, and sometimes I do, I actually sort of see something and it's like, oh, well, that's got a slight sort of mark, or it's got a chip in it, or it's got it. And does it work? I don't mean everything in my house is chipped. I don't mean that. But, I mean, in other words, is it functional?
Yeah.
Do I care? Will this still serve me if a pan has got a dent in it, or this or the other? I think it's actually trying to live with things that don't have to be perfect.
Yes.
It doesn't matter.
Right.
That's the point.
Well, I'm with you 100% there, Judy. I like to buy things that are already broken. So as to save time later. Yes, that's right.
What a bargain.
I just go into shops and I hand my money over the counter and tell them to just throw it away for me.
Yes, why not? And don't bother to wrap it up, please. Because
that's right.
Really no point.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I think that if we went back to mending things, it might be better for the planet. Also better for us, because we would form, I know this might sound a bit weird, but we'd form a sort of a relationship with the things around us rather than seeing everything as ephemeral and on the verge of being thrown away. You know, it gets a little scratch or a little dent or a small tear or...
Exactly.
And everything gets chucked in.
A slight hole in that. I couldn't possibly darn it with a different colour. Why not?
Yeah.
I mean, you know
what? I'm going to look up darning socks on the internet, because almost all of my my super warm winter woolen socks, I wear them for about 2 or 3 times, and then my big toe goes through every single one of them. What's that about?
You buy your socks are too small.
My socks are too small. Yeah, that's probably correct. Yeah, or my feet are too big. I think my feet are too big.
No, your feet's perfect. It's obviously the socks.
Yeah. So I'm going to have to look it up on the World Wide Web, because I'm borderline wanting to throw them away and get new ones, but that would be wrong. That's not saving the planet.
Have all this time, now that moronic is actually amongst us. Well, it's not amongst us yet, but it's arrived in bed. Wasn't that marvellous?
Oh, God. We're all going to get sent back indoors for the next 6 months. So yeah, I'll be at home darning my socks.
Christmas will be cancelled because apparently, the wise men never left, and they just changed their mind and thought, to hell with it, let's go somewhere for a night out. And Christmas is gone. It's just disappeared. It's been cancelled.
And on that happy note...
Yes.
Thanks a lot, Judy. Cheers, my dear.
Yeah.
Ta-da.
Bye.
Hey, you know what? Time ticked away and I didn't do the Psycho Cat story. More than 130,000 homes in the UK have been left without electricity as the country is battered by ferocious winds and rainfall and snow. It's like winter outside.
Correct.
The Met Office's rare red weather... Oh, God, not this again. Not this again. The Met Office's rare red weather warning. Red lorry, yellow lorry. Red lorry, yellow lorry is easier than red. Oh. You say it.
Red rare weather warning.
See? Amber and yellow warnings for wind remain in place. Other colours are available. Gusts of 70 mile an hour are still possible in some areas, and flooding is possible along the northeast coastline. Wherever that is. Police urged people to travel only if absolutely necessary, as driving conditions are terrible. But, what was that? That's bizarre. Oh, it's like a ghost just came in here and sniffed. Did you hear that?
No.
That's just me then. Just me then. That was really bizarre. It's like somebody sniffed in my ear. Anyway, police urged people to travel only if absolutely necessary, as driving conditions are terrible. But if you must travel, then drive really fast with your headlights off but your fog lights on, because that makes you look cool. Of course, if you're in a hatchback, you will already be doing this.
Thank you.
The Met Office warned the north-east of England, the north-west of England, Yorkshire, the West Midlands and the East Midlands will experience cold weather until Monday, which sounds like pretty much everywhere except the south to me. Trees were felled, roofs came off, lorries overturned, walls collapsed, snow hit, huge waves battered the coast. Winter hasn't even begun yet, and already it's awful. And one bookmaker is predicting that December will be the coldest ever. But they don't know as much about weather as the Met Office knows about horses. Stay in your lane, bookies. The actual Met Office says it's mixed. Sun, rain, wind, calm, cold, mild for the next month. Is that helpful?
No.
Not really, no. There's going to be a lot of weather, and it will be mostly outside.
Correct.
Mostly. Right, some texts and emails and such from last night. There's an absolute boatload I've got to get through. Holly says, I'm listening to you with my cat whilst in bed. I've got freshly washed bed sheets on, and it's like being in a cloud. It's lovely, says Holly. Are you looking forward to the snow, and what did you have for dinner? I had beans on toast with grated cheese, she says. There is no greater duo. Yum. Beans on toast with grated cheese. So, in other words, you made a pizza. Mike texts, Nick, how would you have it? A socialist society that conveniently forgets the selfish gene that drives all life. Do you honestly think that we actually are about each other? What? Do you honestly think that we all actually are about each other? Does that make sense?
No.
It says, the system that you rail against is the best we have, though it has made obscenity of riches, it has also made livable standards for a great many people. Yeah, I'm not decrying capitalism, I'm just decrying the particular twisted version that we have of it in this country and in America, where winner takes all and nobody gets anything else. Or nobody else gets anything, more accurately. It's not our way or communism, Mike. There are gradations. You can be kind to people while making money. This anonymous text says, how do they know it's a new variant? What do they take us for? How do they know it's a new variant? Well, they asked it. Yeah, they quizzed it. And it confessed after, a little bit of persuasion. D says, where is the psycho cat? We've had one in our family and I'd like to see how they compare. Yeah, I've got details about how to find out whether your cat is a psychopath. Almost certainly is the answer to that question. I'll do that in a while. I know I promised it all last night, but I promise. Barry tweets, can we use vroom vroom in the A to Z for the Christmas letter V? Yeah, absolutely. Going to be in want of suggestions for the letter V, so you can stick it in there. And of course, we've got one for P.
Peppa Pig World. Peppa Pig World has
yes.
Peppa Pig.
It's the right answer. Good boy. Mike says, how are you any better than Farage? Both extreme, both got no answers. Well, there's one difference between me and Nige.
I'm a nutcase.
See? Roland emails, don't forget about the cat story. Yeah, I forgot about the cat story. I'll do it today. Ian says, now this is an interesting thought, because we were talking about Bodger and his supposed hobby, which was making buses out of empty wine crates. Remember that? Or was it just empty boxes? Never mind. He's never done anything of the sort. I'm not saying he's disseminating misinformation, but... Liar! Ian emails, the Boris bus building hobby was intended to deflect Google searches regarding Boris plus bus in relation to the £350 million lie on the side of said bus, which is an interesting thought, and that had not occurred to me. Not just outwardly chaotic, inwardly scheming. Michaela says, if only Johnson had mentioned Peppa the Pig during his megaphone diplomacy via Twitter, everything would have worked out fine. Oh, yeah, I'm sure it would, yeah. There's absolutely no intention of making up with the French. Keeping this phony war with the French going suits us just right down to the ground, and by us I mean the regime. They have absolutely no intention of agreeing with the French. Brexit will never, ever, 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 ever get done. If the French got down on their knees and crawled across the carpet and kissed our shoes and said, you can have anything you want, we'd complain about the way they crawled across the carpet. Say, right, OK, that's it, it's off. We would have complained about the colour of the carpet they crawled over. Blue and yellow? Mike says, you've got to make something of the news. An influencer puppy with over 50,000 followers. That's where we are. It says it all. I think I'm going to give up, says Mike. There was a story last night about just that. An influencer puppy with over 50,000 followers.
Fabulous.
The whole human race has lost its mind. Right, I'll have to keep this up because there's just no way that I can do all of these messages and the ones that are going to come in tonight unless I keep reading them. I'll have to speed read them. But first, here is a call in Ruislip. Colin.
Hey, good evening.
Yes, Colin.
I'm on about the rail unions.
On
this
about?
guy who's head of them hasn't poked his head above the water for 2 years. All of a sudden, because someone put the night tubes back on, he's calling the strike.
Well, they didn't really have much to do over the last year, did they? I mean...
But all of a sudden, they've been negotiating for 6 months, and they can't even get a negotiation to put the night tubes back on because it affects their members, which they was running before we had COVID.
That's
he
right.
is just a malingerer trying to actually scupper the economy of the country.
A malingerer. I think more accurately, Colin, he is acting in the interests of his members.
But the members used to drive the night tubes before COVID.
That's true.
He could do nothing about them not working, but they was being paid, and now it's affecting their social hours. But what social hours have they had over the last 2 years? Not many, because no one's going to work. So, as I say, he's a malingerer. As for the French, let's be honest about them. They're shipping them over to us, and we've got to take care of them.
No, they're not.
Hold on.
They're not shipping them over to us.
Well, no, they're dinghying them over to us.
No, they're not. They're not doing anything of the sort. The French are not dinghying them over to us.
Well, they're coming from France.
Right, there you go.
And then all of a sudden they're saying, we're not letting your goods across.
No, I don't think that has anything to do with the one. One and the other has nothing to do with
our
it.
waters.
Yeah, exactly. It's about fishing.
It's not, because...
It is about fishing.
No.
It's about fishing.
The fish in the English Channel belong to us, not the French.
That's actually not true. Just because a fish passes by, why does it become ours?
But they can't fish it. We can't go... But listen, they won't let our goods through. Just because they're driving through French territory...
Colin, do you like mackerel?
Yes, I do.
Do you? Well, it's just you then, because nobody else in this country likes mackerel, because we have to sell all of the mackerel that we catch, which is the fish that predominates around the waters around these parts, because we don't like that stuff, so we have to sell it to, guess where?
The French.
Bingo!
But listen, when they can't catch it from themselves, we've got to charge them a higher price. So, horses for courses.
Oh, right, okay, well, Frosty the Dough Man can take a seat, because I dubbed that you are our new chief negotiator.
Give me the job, because I won't take any money for it, but I won't write letters that will upset the French.
Right, okay. Can you start on Monday?
I will start tonight.
To start tonight. Excellent value for money. Being as he's free. Good work. Thanks a lot, Colin. We need more like you.
Oh, hi there, Nick. Hope you're well. Hope
Yes,
you're not
thanks.
cold.
Appreciate it.
Right. The storm, boy, female.
The Storm. Arwen.
Yeah. Female. From Lord of the Rings, it's a female character.
Is it?
From Lord of the Rings.
Which one was that? No, don't tell me. It was one with, with the tall blonde people.
No, that was Galadriel.
Right. Okay. Wow. Very, very knowledgeable. Okay, which one was Arwen? Was the short, stumpy, round one?
No, that was Gimli. That was Gimli the dwarf.
Right.
Yeah, no, I'll let your listeners figure it out. Maybe somebody can ring in and tell you which one it is.
Oh, go on, just tell me. Put me out of my mystery.
No.
Okay, then.
I don't think it was Liv Tyler. I think it was the girl that was in the castle with, God, I forgot his name, the king. Not Theodred.
How can you remember all this stuff?
Because I'm a huge fan. We've watched, I actually wrote to C. McCallum and he sent me back a photograph signed with him as Miss Randia. coming back as Miss Randia.
No, wait a minute. Okay, Arwen was, what's its daughter? You know, the bloke out of Aerosmith.
Oh.
Aerosmith's daughter.
Rock and roll!
Yeah, she's the big tall one with the ears. You know, like Spock's ears.
Yeah, she was the one that married the king when he returned.
Well, don't tell us. I started watching Lord of the Rings about 3 years ago. I haven't got to the end of it yet. Approximately how long is that finale? It's about 3 years, isn't it? About 3 years long. They say goodbye, and then they say goodbye again, and then they say goodbye again. You think it's over now, we can get up and go. But no, there's another hour left.
Bye-bye.
I couldn't believe it took that long to finish that film.
Yeah, well, it was worth it because Tolkien took a long time writing it.
Right.
So, it had to do it justice. But we went to see the French-Canadian Puppet Theatre Company in Tameside performing The Two Towers, and then I wrote to Ian McKellen.
Wait, back up. A French-Canadian puppet company doing The Two Towers.
Yeah, Gollum was in it as well.
That sounds absolutely awful.
No, it was fabulous.
Right.
Full. The theatre was full. And it was fabulous. One of my sons tried to get the poster, from the outside, but he couldn't quite manage it, so we didn't get that. But for Ian McKellen was like the bonus, right? Him and him writing back. So
right. So you got a letter back from Ian McKellen.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The you shall not pass bloke.
That's the one.
Right.
That's him. So I just don't tell you, the storm is female.
Okay, Arwen is female. Now we know. Thanks a lot, Louise. Appreciate it. Thank you. 0345 6060 973. So pronouns are she and her. Bruce tweets, how come every time it's windy here, it's also windy all the way over here in Ohio? Can you kindly keep your weather to yourself? It scares my cats. Thank you, says Bruce. Well, it's all connected, isn't it? Kay emails, I looked up positive news the other day and I came across popcorn insulation. Great idea. That is a great idea. Popcorn insulation. That would smell a bit, though, wouldn't it? But every time you get hungry, you just punch a hole in the wall. Problem solved. Annabelle says, why have we jumped to the letter O? I've got no idea. Is it the letter O or is it the letter something else? Don't ask me about that language. It's all Greek to me. On that subject, Joe texts, isn't omega the last letter of the Greek alphabet and the first letter alpha? Got no idea. Sue email, but thanks for asking. Sue says, we could send a select group of Tory frontbenchers to do border patrol duty in France, such as Jacob Rees-Mogg, Priti Patel, Dominic Raab and Nadine Dorris. The sight of this lot just might make the migrants have second thoughts about coming here, says Sue. I think you've got a plan there, Sue. It's like Hammer House of Horrors.
Welcome.
Daphne texts, my cat has a hot water bottle and a lovely fur blanket. He comes from Egypt, so he feels the cold. Okay. Zach says, how do cats feel the cold? I mean, they're covered in fur, for crying out loud. I think they just pretend. There doesn't seem to be any amount of heat they do not like. Zach texts, well, it just helps them sleep. Not that they need any help in that regard. Zach says, we often give our cat Ozzy a microwave winter warmer. It's furry. You warm it up for 60 seconds and it smells of lavender. We call him Moses. There's also a panda called Lucas. Wait, you call the cat Moses and you've also got a panda? Or your furry winter microwave warmer is called Moses and you've got another one of those called never mind. Nick tweets, I was wondering if there's a way to avoid listening to the adverts on the radio, perhaps via a podcast or catch-up scenario. Well, I'm glad you asked there, Nick. Yes, of course. We squirt this show and the one on Friday up the internet. It's a podcast called Nick Abbott The Whole Show. We take the news and the ads out, which means it takes less time to listen to. You'll use less electricity and won't have to start an OnlyFans site to pay your fuel bill. Ask for it by name on an internet near you. Nick Abbott, The Whole Show. Chris says, I think we should put MPs on universal credit and the horrors of claiming PIP. Will they cope? No, of course they blooming well won't cope. Because they've never had to do anything like that. They've never had to suffer a privation. They think suffering a privation is getting by on only 85 grand a year and £250,000 expenses. What? It is about £250,000 in expenses, which of course they can keep in the family, even though they're not supposed to. There's a workaround, and you can employ your wife or your husband or your boyfriend or your girlfriend or somebody who you want to be your wife, husband, boyfriend or girlfriend.
Disgusting.
What a racket, eh? Tony texts, Tom Swarbrick played your Trump's woman-man camera TV clip on his show last night.
What?
This presumably, this came in yesterday, so it was on Thursday night. Tell him to get his own clips, says Tony. Oi, Tom, get your own clips. These are mine. My precious. Mike says, Plato had his republic, Marx had his system, Locke had America. What do you have? You have a ridiculous belief in humanity. Well, what else have we got, Mike? You've got to believe in humankind, because there ain't nothing else. You can't walk, talk and squawk with the animals. That's a film. You have to have faith in humanity. I mean, it's dissipating and has been doing so for, quite a few years now, for no particular reason that I can think of.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
Yeah, nothing really comes to mind at the moment.
I'm a whiner and I keep whining and whining.
I can't think of any reason why my faith in humanity has dissipated over the last few years.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
But I'm sure if you give me enough time, I'll come up with it. Of course you've got to have a ridiculous belief in humanity, even though they disappoint you over and over and over again. Even though some of them shouldn't be left to run a bath, let alone a country.
Donald Trump is not a nice person.
I bet he runs that country again. Because there's a certain element that will just vote for him regardless.
I love the poorly educated.
Yeah, I think that's it in a nutshell. What do you think, Kanye?
Whoop-dee-dee-scoop poop.
Yeah, there's another one. I'll sum them up for you. There it is. Joe texts, our MPs are not the best people for any job. They are the chosen candidates selected from local party members by local activists. Then we just get to vote for one in a general election. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, it's not a premium selection, really, is it? These have been pre-selected for our inconvenience. Ain't that right, Bodge?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Who selected you, by the way? And can they get their money back? LK tweets, they don't come here by illegal means. They don't have to come here, full stop. I think we know what she's talking about. She or he, sexist, LK, ELKAY. LK. They don't, and much of this is in capital letters. They don't have to come here, like he or she or it is shouting at me. They don't have to come here by illegal means. They don't have to come here, full stop. I haven't read anything that designates the UK as the terminus for the whole world's population. LK, I want you to know that I don't mean this in an insulting way, but you're an idiot. This text says, let the migrants in and give them 5-year visas. After 5 years, if they have proven themselves to be good citizens, then they get to stay. If not, bye-bye. Well, I think maybe that would be a good idea for everybody. Everybody is on a 5-year rolling contract in this country. If by general agreement you're doing okay, then you get to stay. If not, then it's arrivederci. Bonsoir, tata.
Bye-bye.
See you later. Good idea there, Anonymous. See, I'm really rattling through them. I'm almost ahead of myself now. I am doing very well at my job. Paul tweets, Mr. Johnson on Twitter was appealing to his base in true populist fashion. So obvious, too. Yeah, it seemed obvious to me. But that's the nature of international politics. It's almost never to their immediate audience. He didn't write that letter to Macron. He wrote it to us. He wrote it to the Daily Express and the Daily Mail and the Telegraph. And his fans. It wasn't to the French at all. It was to us. All politicians, when they speak to foreign audiences, aren't actually speaking to them at all. It's all directed at us back home. Sue emails, speaking of Donald Trump, as you have no doubt heard, Michael Cohen, his former attorney, has claimed that Donnie will not be standing in 2024 because his ego can't stand to be a two-time loser.
Oh, shut up!
Let's just hope that's not fake news, says Sue. I know it's a long way off, but we need all the good news that we can find at the moment. That is right. We need some good news, some touchy-feely news.
Touch, feel, that's what I do.
OK, now I need a shower. Paul texts, Prime Minister Boris Johnson and fiends. Yes, I said fiends, he says, are becoming more and more incompetent every day. When will people realise that the joke is over? It's not funny anymore. I thought I'd heard the most moronic, stupidest things this week from our top-tier MPs, but then I discovered Nick Fletcher, Conservative MP, who blames the rise in violence on Doctor Who being played by a woman. I kid you not, look it up on the internet. I most certainly will do nothing of the sort. Oh, all right then. This is a quote. In recent years, we have seen Doctor Who, the Ghostbusters, Luke Skywalker, the Equalizer, all replaced by women, and men are left with the Krays and Tommy Shelby, the MP for Don Valley says. Is there any wonder we are seeing so many young men committing crimes? Wow. Young men are committing crime because positive male role models on TV have been replaced by female characters, and MP has suggested. Yeah, I know. Oh, you've probably heard this already. This was a semi-large news story this week. I mean, it's really hard to believe. These people, keep in mind that these people, these MPs, are the best of the best. And as I suggested yesterday, maybe it'd be a good idea, just for giggles, to see what the second best look like. Speaking in a debate on International Men's Day in Westminster Hall, Conservative Nick Fletcher highlighted the difficulties faced by many young boys, telling MPs that a number of them were lagging behind at school. He said boys needed to have a positive male role model and encourage ministers to work on encouraging more men to become teachers. Well, pay him a decent amount would be a good start. He said, there appears to be a tiny yet very vocal minority who want a female replacement for every male character or good role model. In recent years, we've seen Doctor Who, Ghostbusters, Luke Skywalker, no less, the Equalizer, all replaced by women. OK, Luke Skywalker was not replaced by a woman. It was a different character. And he said, men are left with the Krays and Tommy Shelby. And I have got no idea who that was. So, fortunately, it puts in brackets afterwards, from crime drama Peaky Blinders. Never seen it. This is the MP for Don Valley. Wherever that is. He said, is there any wonder we are seeing so many young men committing crime? I'll sum up his argument for you. What are you talking about? He says, these programs make crime look cool. What? Luke Skywalker and... Oh, no, he's talking about the Krays and Peaky Blinders. Well, all TV programs are about murder. In fact, murder is the human race's number one source of its entertainment. I mean, if you think about all the most popular programs, outside of the Antiques Roadshow, I can't remember the last time anybody got killed on the Antiques Roadshow. But outside of that, everything is about murder. And it doesn't really matter what time of day it's on. Every programme on TV is about murder. Usually the murdering of women, which is a big one. Oh, we love that for some bizarre reason. Can't say I watch any of them myself, but, that just makes me a freak, I suppose.
Correct.
I can't believe it. I mean, just when you thought you'd heard it all. Alistair Carmichael, Home Affairs spokesman for the Liberal Democrats, said, "It seems Nick Fletcher has stepped into the TARDIS and taken a trip back to the 1950s where his attitude belongs." OK, well, here is the news, Nick Fletcher. There are, apparently, according to you, few male role models on television. Don't make no never mind, because kids don't watch TV. Like, ever. You know what the average age for people who watch BBC and ITV is? Go on, go ahead and guess. I double dare you. I bet
61.
McGlamorous is it? Huh?
61.
See, smart Alec. This is what I have to deal with. You see? Just blew the sails right out of my ship. Blew the wind right out of my sails would be more accurate. Now I have become discombobulated. Just ruined it for me. Thanks a lot, mate. 61 years old is the right answer. 61, average age. Which means that at least half the people that watch BBC and ITV are post-death. They're sitting there in their chairs, but people haven't realised they've gone yet. Kids don't watch TV. Ask a kid what they last watched on TV, and they'll look at you bemused and say, "What's television, Grandad?" You can say, "Why, you little..." Luke Skywalker has been replaced by a woman. No, he hasn't. The different character. Is it polite to say numpty in relation to a member of Parliament? An honorary member. Doctor Who. I mean, who even watches that tripe anyway? Doctor Who, for crying out loud. The last time I watched Doctor Who, God, it must have been in the early 1970s. I have said this many times on air, and I know I'm not misremembering it. And I can't even remember which Doctor it was, so never mind. He was in a tent. And he was outside a tent, and... no, hang on, let me get this straight. The Doctor walked inside the tent, and he got zapped by a baddie. And it reduced the Doctor to what I can only describe as a pulsating pancake on the floor. It looked like something the dog had thrown up. It was just bubbling. There's this sort of smear of ooze on the floor. Used to be, 6 foot tall and dressed in a cape or whatever it was he was wearing at the time. I don't know, like a scarf a mile long. And it was reduced to this bubbling puddle of slime on the floor. And his assistant ran into the tent, looked at the slime on the floor and said, "Doctor, are you all right?" And I thought, this is not a show for me. I think it's not very believable, I thought. I'll go and have my tea. Fish fingers, please, Mum. Doctor Who. Who watches that stuff? It's not kids. Kids don't watch TV, so who is actually watching Doctor Who? Answer the question. 0345 6060 973. Here's a call in County Durham. Sean.
Hello, mate. You know, Peppa Pig's got to isolate. You know, I cannot believe that fat Boris getting on that kid's...
How he managed to squeeze himself into there is a mystery. How he managed to get back out again is a wonder.
They had to get a crane to get him out. It cost they're going to get paid £100,000 for seeing Peppa Pig 6 times.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be shocked if he did.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised either. I bet he was on a freebie going in there.
Oh, he's got a free VIP pass for life.
Yeah, you can go straight at the front of the queue. You can barge straight to the front of the queue. Yeah.
Especially when he smashed that kid's bicycle on that machine thing.
He smashed a kid's bicycle on the machine thing?
Well, you know what he was sitting on, the little car thing.
Yeah. Well, that had to get taken out of service straight away. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
that broke.
Yeah.
So he's going to get billed for that, I reckon.
Right. He went on one of those speak your weight machines that says one Only one person at a time. Yeah, that old one.
But I kind of believe this half-wit's got to go before Christmas, like.
Well, that would be a happy Christmas, depending on who takes his place. That would be a happy Christmas, wouldn't it? That would be a Christmas present to the nation, depending on who takes over.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
I take that back.
My God.
I take that back. Please stay, Bodger. We'll miss you when you're gone. All right.
You're not getting a Christmas card off me, the fat slob.
Are you talking about Peppa Pig or exactly? That poor pig. Thanks a lot, Sean. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Now, there's just a boatload that I want to talk about tonight, including, but not limited to, psychopathic cats. The one thing that Christmas is actually all about that we might not be able to get our hands on, and this new variant thing. Exactly. Al texts, a mask will not stop a virus. All it is a placebo to make you feel better and self-righteous in your virtue signalling. I trust my immunity, not your propaganda, says Al, who's clearly thought about this a lot. I can't believe after all this time, is it like 2 years now, people still misunderstanding what a mask is for. A mask is not to protect you from what other people have. A mask is to protect other people from what you have, you idiot. Amazing, after all this time. This is where we are, I think, that people make an instant decision on any given subject with no regard to information of any kind, and then stick with that decision regardless of any new facts that become available. Almost like it's a loss of face if you change your mind or accept that you were wrong. A mask will not stop a virus. No, but it helps. Masks are back, by the way. I'll come to that in a minute. They went away for a little while. I don't think anybody was wearing them anymore, like not in the trains. Anyway, not in shops. We just sort of sloughed them off with great relief and thought, oh, finally, we don't have to do that anymore. Well, big mistake. Yes, we do. I've always thought that we're never going to slide smoothly out of this crisis, not with you-know-who in charge. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to happen, is it? Is there any other country in the world where you could... Oh, well, yeah, of course there is another country in the world where you could get a page full of clips of them saying stupid things.
I'm not a doctor.
You know, things like that. Like this.
This, whatever they want to call it, you can call it a germ, you can call it a flu, you can call it a virus, you can call it many different names. I'm not sure anybody even knows what it is.
Yeah. It's just us in America. How embarrassing. John emails that Nadeem Zahawi, the new Secretary of State for Education, is achieving the impossible and making it look like Gavin Williamson knew what he was doing. What are the odds on Gav making a comeback? I don't know. Let's ask him. He's unsure. He does lay out his patriotic credentials, though.
I just reckon we've got the very best people in this country, much better than the French have, much better than the Belgians have, much better than the Americans have. That doesn't surprise me at all, because we're a much better country than every single one of us.
Oh. Wow. I mean, the government of all the talents. It's just... Have you ever seen anything like it in your life? Even their cult fans are finding it increasingly difficult to support them, to find, ever more incredible excuses as to, what it is that's going on. Pete says, the idea that migrants are overrunning this country is hilarious. People don't understand numbers. An illustration, the number of people who arrive every day on our shores is proportional to a football match at Wembley Stadium with 90,000 people, where 2 more people arrive, and the rest of the crowd claims that the stadium is overrun and there will never be enough hot dogs and beer anymore. Never enough beer anymore.
Booze.
People don't understand numbers. Let's ask an expert.
86%, 5 million, and of course, over 50%. And what I'm saying is, an additional 162 million. And that comes, by the way, on top of the 500 million. Now, 36 billion, of which 5.4 billion, and probably one of the biggest of 500,000 of over 16,000, massive, 500,000, and one, 2, 11, 1.7 billion, and then a 1.4 billion, 250,000, 6 million, basically 3.1 billion. Right now, that's a big number, and that's exactly what I'm delivering.
Thanks for delivering.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Hey, you remember Chris Whitty, don't you?
Boring.
Yeah, that's him. Professor Chris Whitty has suggested that people might not be willing to accept further coronavirus restrictions. And the government is going to have to find a different policy if the majority refuse to back tougher curbs. Relax, Chris Whitty. We're not French. Bodger could, in extreme circumstances, Bodger could call out Prissy Patel to encourage people to obey the rules. The Chief Medical Officer for England, Chris Whitty, said his greatest worry at the moment was that the public would not consent to another round of restrictions on their daily lives after nearly 2 years of being constrained by the pandemic. 2 years, is that all? Wow, it seems like 20. By the way, I do another podcast. I do 3 podcasts in all. One of them is called The Nick Abbott Habit, and it's from old shows. I take the funny bits out of old shows, stick them together. It's about half an hour long, and it comes out on a Monday. And at the moment, I'm raiding old shows from 2 years ago almost, in just before COVID had hit. We were hearing about it, but it hadn't actually affected us yet. And it's really interesting listening to what people were saying and how we were thinking at that time. If only we knew what was about to happen. It's bizarre. It's also just the show that I'm doing at the moment, taking clips from, is the day after our escape from the clutches of our evil European overlords.
No!
Exactly. And people were in high spirits. They were having a great time, having bunged a bob for Big Ben's bong. And if you have half an hour and you wish to be amused, then I think it'd be right up your alley. Ask for it where you get a good podcast. On an internet near you, I think you'll find it. And it's called The Nick Abbott Habit is exactly what it's called.
Correct.
The Nick Abbott Habit. Anyway, back to Chris. The Chief Medical Officer for England, Chris Whitty, said his greatest worry was that the public would not consent to another round of restrictions on their daily lives after nearly 2 years of being constrained by the pandemic. Well, I don't know. I mean, we seem to have a masochistic streak to us in this country. We seem to actively enjoy suffering. Please, sir, may I have some more? He said that it was too early to speculate whether fresh measures would be needed to deal with the Omicron variant. Whitty offered a relatively upbeat assessment of the Delta epidemic in Britain, saying that the outlook was actually reasonably manageable. Reasonably manageable if we had a reasonable manager, Bodge.
I can't comment on that.
Whitty said all this before. I mean, you remember right at the beginning of this, he was saying that we weren't going to. We weren't going to take it. In fact, isn't it that fear exactly that we would not be good little boys and girls and go inside when we were told? The reason that Bodge didn't do more earlier, that we were very, very late out of the gate, with the result that a lot of people died that didn't need to. Wasn't that the reason? That they didn't? They were concerned that we wouldn't take instructions. They don't know us very well, do they? Whitty thought that restrictions could not be imposed too early, or people would give up on them. But we didn't. But he's still saying that we might give up on restrictions, and you know what? If he keeps saying it, one day he'll be right. If they keep sending us indoors and making us do this and do that, and you can't do this and you can't do that, and rules, then eventually we're going to snap. But I don't think, I can't see that happening now or soon. That's just not who we are, really, is it? We do enjoy a little bit of suffering because it gives us the opportunity to say, like, moan, and then mustn't grumble. We should have that printed in, welcome to Heathrow. Mustn't grumble. Surveys apparently have found that the vast majority of us have supported restrictions and are eager to continue doing so, surprisingly. But Chris Whitty said political leaders needed to take a temperature check to see whether they would, we would continue to support restrictions. A temperature check. Well, I don't mind the idea of them taking my temperature. It just depends on how they're planning to do it. I mean, under the tongue, yes. Armpit? Oh, okay then. Anything else, and I think they're going to have to pass a law or at least give me a lollipop. Whitty said, I think we will maintain public consent for restrictions provided that we're clear to people what the logic is and provided they feel that we're being entirely straight with them as to all the data and the knowns and the unknowns. Okay, well, people seem to be immune to logic. And as for the knowns and the unknowns and them being entirely straight with us, all we have to rely on is to trust this government to do the right thing. Yeah, we're doomed. If that's what we're relying on. The latest polling for YouGov suggests strong support for measures such as compulsory face masks, working from home, even lockdowns for the unvaccinated, commanding majority backing. Wow. You don't get vaccinated, you don't get to come out. But, that's good, I suppose, because of what Bodge said today. Compulsory face masks is what he said. And something about tests for travellers, but as there was supposed to be tests to keep this thing out in the first place, and they weren't done, according to people who came in on flights from South Africa, then we can take that with a pinch of salt. Still, I'm sure he's doing his best. Which is worrying because he actually said that masks must be worn in shops, but not in hospitality venues. Because presumably the virus is frightened of alcohol? Booze? That makes as much sense as anything else I've heard all year. Especially coming from a bloke who didn't even wear a bloomin' mask, sat next to the actual David bloomin' Attenborough, or in an actual bloomin' hospital. No! And now people are going full gloom about Christmas because Bodge didn't rule out a lockdown over the big day. Reporters asked him and he wouldn't answer whether we'll be lonely this Christmas without you to hold. Lonely this Christmas, lonely and cold. It'll be cold. So cold without you to hold. A what? A dog phone? Now I've heard everything. Edward texts, this the last few from last night, and then I've got to start doing the today. Oh my God, there's so many of them already. I'm not done with the last nights yet. There's too many. People have stopped calling. They just text and tweet now. It's like if this goes on, the human race is going to lose its ability to speak. You know that, don't you? I mean, eventually, I'm sure that will actually be a thing. Like, our little toe will become fused onto the one next to it. You know, the one that's got no name. Poor little toe, got no name. But the little toe will get fused in, because why do we need that one? And we don't grip anything with it, we can't. So it's unnecessary. So eventually you'd think that it would become, the one, like a thumb on the end. Like a big toe on either side. But we'll also lose the ability to speak because nobody does that anymore. People go to, you've seen this, people, a group of friends will go to the pub and they'll sit around the table. Every single one of them would be gawping at their phone, not communicating with the people that they're there with their mouths, but typing to people who aren't there. Yes, like that old bag said just now. The whole world's gone insane. But dog phones, that just that's about the silliest thing I've ever heard. Now, wait a minute. I've read those. I know that I've done that. Joe says... No, I've read that. Joe texts... Thanks for your sensible comments on the refugee situation. I visited the camps in Calais and Dunkirk. People are living in horrendous conditions with shortages of food, water and sanitation. As winter sets in, people are going to die of hunger and exposure. If I had a boat, I'd go over there and try and rescue a few refugees, especially children on their own, says Joe. And an element of seriousness there. Dinesh says, what's happening to your... no, read that one. How come these have all appeared again? I thought I got rid of them. Edward texts. Now, this is good advice. If you can lead your life like this, then you'll probably have a better chance of having a happy existence than not. Just digest this. Happiness, he says, is not having what you want, but wanting what you have. There you are, you see? If you can't love the one you're with... No, wait. If you can't love the one you want, love the one you're with. I think we're going to need Crosby, Stills and Nash on the phone as well. Once you've got in touch with Mud, get Crosby, Stills and Nash on the phone. Let's have a call in Selby. Hello, Paul.
Oh, hello. Nick,
Paul.
You were saying no one's phoning you up, so I thought I'd phone you up.
Texting. Everybody's texting. I've got hundreds, if not thousands, of texts to get through.
No, I'm old-fashioned. I prefer to speak to
Good for you. Using your mouth, otherwise you'll lose it.
Absolutely. But anyway, Nick, I went out last night for the first time in over 2 years.
Oh, yeah, disco dancing.
Selby. Well, yeah, absolutely. Well, it wasn't disco, but it was some local musicians, including a couple of my, boys.
Yeah.
Just playing live music. And I just went along, and it was a really good couple of hours. And it was all about some charity that looks after men with suicidal tendencies and stuff. But that was actually incidental, but quite interesting. But
I really feel for musicians or people in the arts in general. I mean, everybody's had a pretty bad time. Not everybody, but a lot of people had a really bad time over the last 2 years. But people who had skills, people who played in orchestras and like ballet dancers, and internationally famous people who had a very revered and desired and rewarded skill, suddenly their talents were worth zero. And they really haven't made any money over the last 2 years, and I just feel terrible for them.
So do I. I mean, this thing last night, I don't know if they're professionals. Well, they are. They're kind of semi-professionals, But as you said, over the last couple of years, there's been very little. But I'm pleased to say that, I only live in a little small town, and there's this one little venue that actually... sort of promotes local bands and that. And the groups I saw last night were professional level. And after saying that, I know quite a lot of professional musicians, actors and what have you. Some of them are working down my local co-op, actually, mate, at the moment, because there's absolutely... It's coming back, though. One of the girls in the shop, in the co-op, she's a theatre carpenter.
Right.
And she toured with Mamma Mia.
Yeah.
And as of January, they're going on a sort of tour around England. And
right,
that, and
great.
It is coming back, mate, yeah.
All of the people that you see on the stage, there's 10 times as many people behind them who are also, they have great skills, and they had a good career and a life, and they were in demand, and then suddenly it all just completely dried up. And you remember that horrible poster of a ballerina with the tagline from the government that I can't remember what name they gave her, but Debbie doesn't know it yet, but her next job is in IT. Well, she doesn't want to be in IT. She wants to be a ballet dancer, for crying out loud. Awful.
No, she'll be all right. She can go work at Amazon, It's just outrageous.
Dancing down the aisles of a fulfillment centre, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
but you know what?
I'm
obviously a Londoner by kind of I lived there half my life, but up in Selby, which is kind of my historical home, when you go out like I did last night, you just see the amount of local talent there is. Really, really top quality talent.
Now, wait a minute.
Next Friday there's a comedian coming on Friday night at the town hall. He might be sold out, but things are starting to come back, and people are getting in. And So that's kind of positive. But I phoned you up, to be honest, Dick, I didn't know what I was going to say, actually.
Well, it's an excellent interjection to this show. Very, very good work indeed. What was the music on offer last night? What did they play?
Well, there was these couple of lads who know one of them really well, and they were doing a duo of acoustic kind of... it was all acoustic, but harmonies.
So it wasn't a cover band, it was their own stuff, right?
Oh, no. They've got 2 LPs out.
Oh, right, okay.
And, no, they've got their own studio around here. There's lots of them. I don't know if you remember, I think you're old enough, actually. Do you remember Bill Nelson that used to be in Bebop Deluxe?
Are you kidding? I saw Bebop Deluxe about a half a dozen times.
Right.
I touched Bill Nelson's shoe. I can remember that vividly. I was right up the front and I just reached over and I touched his shoe. I didn't really know what to do after I'd touched his shoe, but it was there and I had to do it.
You didn't wash your hands for a week, I hope.
Not for a week, no.
Yeah. Apparently, I don't know the guy, obviously, but apparently once a year he does a sort of Bill Nelson review somewhere around here.
Does he?
And got thousands of... Well, you can look up on the internet, you'll know. But he actually lives in Selby and has done since he moved... When he got the Bebop Deluxe stuff going.
Yeah.
He bought a house next to my uncle, actually, in a little village outside Selby, and put a studio in there. And I think since then he's worked on recordings, producing, that sort of stuff, you know.
Well, that's good to hear. I just absolutely love Bebop Deluxe. He's one of the best guitarists I've ever seen. In fact, one of my favourite songs of all time is the live version, because they had a live album called Live in the Air Age. And there's a live version of Adventures in a Yorkshire Landscape on that album. It's absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, he's fantastic. Absolutely. Do you know what? There's so many people around like that. You kind of think, why the hell are they not being megastars?
Right, exactly.
These 2 guys that do their thing, I would have said they were... Well, one of them reminded me a little bit of James Taylor with his voice and that.
Mm-hmm.
But they were playing like hard driving kind of blues and stuff and all that. And bit of set, and they're very good. And just as I couldn't stay very long, so I'm not in very good health, to be honest, you know. And there was this guy that came on. He's about 6'6". He was a massive bloke. He came on and just picked up this guitar, which looked like a mandolin sort of thing. And he just stood there and accompanied himself on all these blues things, none of which I'd heard before. I think everything was his own stuff. And he sounded like sort of Muddy Waters or, you know, someone like that.
Well, that sounds like a fantastic place to be, Paul. I'll see you at the box office.
Hey, listen, mate.
All right, thanks a lot, Paul.
Anytime,
Excellent work. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, I'm gonna say that again. The live version of Adventures in the Yorkshire Landscape is one of my favourite. It would be in my top 10 favourite songs of all time. The live version on the album Live in the Air Age, Bebop Deluxe. Absolutely fantastic.
Rock and roll!
Love that band. Trev says, I find it amusing that people don't realise that every stumble, splutter and excruciating eruption of verbal diarrhoea of Johnson's speech was minutely choreographed and executed to perfection. It's his thing. He thinks it makes him adorable. Well, I would agree that that is his thing and that he thinks it makes him adorable. It has actually worked for him his entire life. All of that, all of that stuff. But he was melting at the CVI. I mean, that wasn't put on. He was actually floundering like a manatee in the shallows.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Ain't that right, Bodge? A manatee. Antex, the poor people who come over on boats need to be let in and not left to die out there in the sea. Priti Patel seems to have a lot to answer for. I don't know anything about politics, but this just don't look right to me. What a bunch of idiots we've got running this country, says Anne. Well, don't sit on the fence, Anne. Tell us what you think. And Pete emails, I'll fix your light. Which sounds very much like a threat. But I think it was in relation to me saying, we were complaining yesterday, whinging and whining and moaning.
Stop whining.
Yesterday about stuff breaking and you can't fix it. Because I've got a light that you've got to jiggle the bulb around to get it to come on. And I'm fearful for my life because I don't want to be electrocuted to death. It would be nice to be able to have somebody fix it for me, but you can't. Who does that anymore? Well, apparently that bloke right there. He'll fix it for me. Croydon. Hello, Simon.
Hi, Nick. Thanks for having me on the show.
Simon.
I wanted to discuss about the socks that was mentioned last night.
Yes.
What's the best socks to wear because of toes poking through and burning through the bottom of the socks? So what I do, I buy myself tube socks, and I buy 2 pairs at a time.
Yeah.
And I burn through the bottom of my sock, sew it back up. And I do this several times until such a point when the hole's too big to begin sewing back up again. So I put them pair of socks aside. I then wear the other pair of socks until they burn through and they're no good anymore. So then what I do is I cut off the toes on both pairs of socks and sew them together. So now I've got an extremely long pair of tube socks that run up to my knee. What I then do is I then burn through my socks again, and then I cut off the toes and then stitch them back together, and eventually my sock shrinks back down to normal size, and that's how I get round it, and my socks last an extremely long time.
Wow. That does sound like a lot of work.
It works, though. It saves the money. Definitely saves the money. The woolen socks, they do burn through very quickly. But
they do, yeah.
Yeah, but that's my way around it. So
right. Okay. Well, thanks for the tip there, Simon. Can you put that in a diagram? You know, like what in stages. Show me how each stage works. Pop it on a postcard. Is it true that Steve Allen buys a pair of socks and then just throws them away once he's used them once? Because that's just mad. Does he actually do that, or is he kidding about that? You're not saving the planet, Steve. This tweet says, I could not quite gather the fact that the 5 p.m. bulletin was useless yet again, even more so not a female reporter in sight. What? What's that? What's that mean? The 5 p.m. bulletin. From where? Jerry emails, I just love a government who puts their country first in a crisis and takes full control of the situation and gives clear guidance to its people. Do you think we're ever likely to have such a government in power? Well, maybe eventually, once he goes.
Here we go. Okay.
Yeah, wouldn't that be great? Let's have... Who's been waiting the longest? Richmond. Hello, Phil.
Hey, Nick.
Phil.
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to thank Simon, first of all. Just, what a great idea about the socks. I'm going to try that.
It does seem like a lot of effort, but,
No, but it made me laugh. That's what it's all about.
Right.
The other thing you just mentioned was manatees. Now, I lived in Miami for 5 years.
Oh, yeah.
So I got to know manatees as they were, right? And I can tell you they're smarter and better looking than Boris Johnson. But that's just my opinion, okay? No, they're cool. They're cool cows. They're sea cows.
That is a valid opinion.
Yeah, it's just my opinion.
Right.
But I called you up because my ex-wife, she called me up, and I was on the telly, to be honest. And she says, you got to get back on Nick tonight. He's in good form. So I thought, well, I'll call you up and I'll tell you. When I watched, you just mentioned the 5 o'clock bulletin, right?
Yeah. What was that?
In Vietnam, we used to call it a 5 o'clock volley. And that was when the American colonels in Vietnam used to tell lies about how many people had died and stuff.
Right.
But anyway, that's another story. So I switched on at 5 o'clock to watch Bojo.
Oh, that bulletin. Is that what they were talking about?
That's
right.
I guess, yeah. So I was watching it. I thought, okay, this is going to be good. He's going to tell us, this is a serious illness here.
Yeah.
No, he starts off telling us about how great we are at the vaccine, blah, blah, blah. And then he answers journalist questions. And one of your other callers said, or you yourself said, who are these people? Now, I'm a journalist, to be honest, and these were Z-list journalists. Why is that? There were 8 journalists in this room. Well, only one of them I've ever heard of.
Right.
Maybe it's because it's Saturday and, big names were.
Yeah, all on drunk probably.
Yeah, yeah. I'll take that as a compliment.
Right,
but it was very embarrassing. And then he calls up his sidekicks, Whitty and Ballon.
Right.
And they're I'm sorry, Nick, but they're just yes men. They should be telling him this is a serious crisis.
Well, they probably are. I mean, you would think that they are telling him, but not on TV, because they presumably don't want to embarrass a person that could disinvite them from their position.
Well, why don't they get on? Why don't they stay off TV and advise them and say this is the worst crisis we're probably going to go through? Tell the people. So then he waffles about wearing masks.
Yeah.
And now, as far as I can see, he says we should wear masks. I mean, either he comes out and says we must wear masks, right? I mean, I was in Waitrose, my local Waitrose in Richmond the other day. None of the staff were wearing masks. Very few customers wearing masks.
Yeah, I've noticed that as well, that staff aren't wearing masks. I mean, some places you go, they are. Like, I went to a couple of bars during the week, and they were. Even when they were... and they were talking to me, and I was engaging them in conversation, you couldn't hear a word they were saying. It was like... Yeah. So I got them to pull the mask down while they were talking to me, so I could understand what they were going on about. But you're
Nick,
quite right. Supermarkets, they don't seem to do it anymore, which is kind of surprising.
Yeah, and also, Nick, Waitrose, for example, I've got the official recommendation from them to their staff. It says wear masks at all times, although it's not, after it was mandatory,
right.
They said still wear your mask whenever possible. So, they talk about exemptions, but how many of Waitrose staff are exempt?
Right. Well, I don't know. Let's not pick on that one particular shop.
No, okay,
I've seen it. I've seen it everywhere. But I think the message now is that you've got to wear a mask in a shop. So says Boris, the fellow who has serially failed to wear a mask in any given situation, including when he was sitting next to David Bloom in Attenborough.
Exactly. But I just think my main concern, Nick, was he should have either said, well, he says Javid will do it tomorrow or something.
Right.
But unless you tell the great British public in courts that it's illegal, you have to do it. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. Because they're British, they're different, they're better.
Well, see, I don't know. I mean, I think of all the countries on earth, we have really followed the rules pretty strictly up to this point. I mean, in other countries, like France, for instance, they've got protests on a daily basis about this, that. And I know that in France they have sort of stricter rules than we have. You've got to show your pass to get into a restaurant or whatever. But yeah, I think that we've been pretty good up to this point, don't you?
Can I well, I'll intervene there because one thing Boris didn't mention when he said we're world leaders again. He used his favourite phrase. I think we're world leaders, according to him, in helping the third world. I mean, how funny is that? We colonise the third world. But,
that was our idea of helping. We barge in, we tell them, no, you're doing it all wrong. We shoot anybody that raises an objection, and then we take all their stuff.
Exactly. But one thing he didn't mention was, and this is true, Nick, Spain and Portugal are far better off than us at this moment in terms of cases, deaths, and everything per capita.
Right.
I know because I was in Spain.
Well, I think per capita, we were the worst in Europe, with the possible exception of Belgium, which seems to be a weird outlier. Maybe they count differently. I mean, I know each country does count differently, but maybe Belgium really, really counts differently, because I don't know why they would be so particularly badly hit. But as far as per head of population, both deaths and economic hit, I think outside perhaps America, we're the worst in the world.
Yes, we are. We're world leaders in being bad.
Being bad, yeah.
So, but no, Spain. For example, Spain, masks are mandatory still, right? And that's why they're low. Portugal, we consider that a third world country.
Not really. Portugal, third world.
The Portuguese now consider us. They laugh at us.
Laughing at us.
Yeah. which is why I turn on to your program, because you make me laugh.
Right.
And I think laughter is the best medicine at this moment.
But laughter and sleep, yeah, and whatever pills your doctor gives you. Always remember to take your pills, Phil. All right.
Take me pills, mate. Take me pills.
Yeah, especially if they're yellow ones. My favourite. All right, thanks a lot, Phil. 0345 6060 973. So, in a bid to cling on to some of his popularity, some vestige of popularity, Bodger said, "I'm pretty confident, or absolutely confident, that this Christmas will be considerably better than the last one, if that will do for the time being." You know, when questioned about whether we're going to be sent indoors. So he's pretty confident, or absolutely confident, one of the two, that this Christmas will be considerably better than the last one, so he said. Well, I had a fine time last Christmas. I was doing the A to Z of 2020 on the air, on LBC. Can he be pretty or absolutely confident that my Christmas will be considerably better than the one I had in 2020? No, not confident. But he did say that travel would be restricted and that people coming back will have to get tests and all of that, you know. And I betcha that he'll be off to some sunny destination to suck up some freebie mansion time in a donor's hideaway this Christmas, and will join, when he comes back, a newly minted trial scheme that means that he, and he alone, won't have to get tested on the way back in. Anybody want to take that bet?
No.
No, you'd be throwing your money away. You might as well set fire to it. I mean, you're going to be losing it. You might as well use it for heat. Yes? Linda mentions, or texts rather, no mention of schools at the briefing. Students should wear masks. Under 18s don't have to isolate if they come into contact with a COVID-positive person. Madness, says Linda. Well, what is mad is that you've got to wear a mask in shops, but you don't have to in a hospitality environment. It doesn't make any sense at all. Either you do or you don't. Either it's serious or it isn't. Which is it? Decide. Select. Darryl says, during last night's show, I accidentally fell asleep. But today I did my homework because I'm a good boy or girl. And I listened to the podcast of the whole show. However, I noticed that at one point you referred to our dear leader as Donny. Are you okay? No, Darryl, I'm not okay. And, by the way, if you do feel sleepy and you can't get to the end of this show, which runs till 1 a.m, then do remember that it is available as a podcast. We squirt it up the internet. We take the news and the ads out, which means it takes less time to listen to, you'll use less electricity, and you won't have to sell your house to pay your fuel bill. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Ask for it by name on an internet near you. Nick Abbott, the whole show. Or just do an internet search on my name, Nick Abbott, and podcasts, and the 3 that I do will become instantly available to you. Like magic. Clapham. Hello, Anne.
Hiya. All I want to say is, was it, I'm not absolutely 100% sure, but was it 2 years ago when this COVID started, that Boris and Priti Patel said that they was going to stop people coming over in the boats? Wasn't that 2 years ago?
Well, I don't think it's got anything to do with COVID, does it?
Well, no, nothing to do with COVID, but
right.
I'm saying that when they got in, they said that they was going to stop people coming over in the boat.
Yes, we're going to take back control of our borders. That's what they promised. Yes.
That's it. Now, that's not obviously been done.
No.
But the thing is, it's terrible what happened to them people, but what they've got to realise is that, you know, they're coming here, they're giving them money, they're giving them mobile phones, they're going into a hotel. But we've got a lot of our soldiers and ex-soldiers that are living on the streets with PTSD. Why are they not helping them?
Well, it's a different issue. There's 2 separate issues there, and I think it's an absolute outrage how our ex-service people are treated.
So do I.
They sign an agreement with the people of this country that they will put their lives on the line for us, and by extension, we should take care of them for the rest of their lives, particularly if they are injured, either physically or mentally. But we don't seem to hold up our end of the bargain.
No.
To the shame of this whole country.
It's disgusting.
It is.
I think Boris has lost the plot. And I think with these ones that are coming over in the boats, in the dinghies, whatever.
Yeah.
I think they may as well just send cruise ships there, put them on the cruise ships and take them for a cruise all around the world. Because they're getting... I do, honestly, and I think a lot of people...
What if they don't want to go on a cruise?
Well, they might as well. They're getting everything else from the country.
No, and I think you're exaggerating just a little bit.
I'm not.
You are £5 a day and no ability to work and put through this sort of brutal process that they have to go through to prove that they are actually genuine refugees. It's not a walk in the park. It's not as it is described in whatever paper it is that you read that in, and £5 a day. It just ain't. And, by the way, the vast majority of the people who do go through that brutal routine where they have to prove who they are and why they're here, they pass. Now, this government doesn't want them to pass, but they do anyway, which means they are genuine refugees fleeing horror that is unimaginable to us, safe, comfortable, doughy Brits. They are fleeing things that we can't even begin to imagine. So a short trip across the Channel is as nothing compared to a life under the Taliban, for instance. And they don't get all of the money, and they don't get like a perfect hotel accommodation. They don't get free houses, and they don't get all of this stuff that they're trying to persuade you is true about those people. They're not vermin. It's not an infestation. It's not a swarm. But anyway, wish you all the best. Thanks a lot, Anne. Hardly anybody comes here. It's the thin end of the 80 million displaced people. Almost no one at all gets here. And yet, the papers who want to sell newspapers, and one of the best ways of doing it is to tell people that, you're in danger from others. Be afraid. And they want to make you, perpetually on the edge of your seat, spotting foreigners. Dinghy spotting. Look, there's another one. We're full. This close to Jesus' birthday as well. Eugene text, northeast of Scotland, must be a suburb of Glasgow. Northeast. I don't think so. Edward says, you can always be relied upon to restore sanity back into people's lives. Who, me? By the way, your show is educational, and my maths have improved since following your method of adding up. 2 and 2 is 5. Yeah, for further details, let's do counting with Zahawi.
And 1, 2,
yes,
11.
Oh, close. Better luck next time. Chris says, I went to Skegness last week and I went into the arcades and they had those teddy grab machines. Every time I put my money in and tried to hook myself a cute teddy, cute cuddly reindeer, your sound effect, thank you, kept playing. Yes. Yeah, I noticed that when I went into the pier in Brighton. You walk in the front door and you hear, thank you. Yeah. I kept saying to my friend, well, good manners don't cost nothing, do they?
Be polite.
He looked at me like I was completely mad. He was probably right, says Chris. Let's have a call in... oh, blimey, I haven't done the cat thing yet. See, this is why the podcast is good. Because if you can't hang around for the cat thing, if your eyes are getting droopy and you just can't take it anymore, then you can listen to it on the podcast. Have I mentioned the podcast?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I did. A couple of times, yeah. Nick Abbott, the whole show. Beverly, in East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, few bits and pieces. You mentioned the war on drugs earlier. I've not picked that up anywhere. Are you going to come back on that later in the evening?
Well, I'm running out of time now, but yes, I guess I'll have to. Yeah, I'll try and squeeze it in, yes.
Don't forget the cats.
Right.
I was looking at the sort of Crufts. You know what Crufts is?
Crufts, the dog thing, yeah.
Well,
yeah, the dog show, yeah.
Yeah, well, if they uninvited Cruella de Vil, it wouldn't be much of a surprise, would it? And And yet people are sort of surprised that, or horrified that the European Union have uninvited Priti Patel.
Uninvited Priti Patel, yeah. Just for my own safety and security and mental well-being, at any future event that I hold, I'm always going to, particularly and especially, uninvite Priti Patel. You know, just in case. Just in case. Always better to be safe than sorry.
And the other thing you were talking about last night is that if we'd known about this this new invisible menace from South Africa, why didn't we do something about it? So it was so urgent that they had to have a press conference tonight with Boris, the Ken Dodd impersonator at it. And then they announced that we're going to have to do masks. And when's that going to happen? Well,
later.
Sometime next week.
Yeah, later. Yeah, it's always later with these people. Like, there's an emergency right now, and we're going to do something about it. Well, you know, let's not get carried away. There's no rush.
Absolutely, it's bizarre.
What did you just say? Whoops! He forgot where he was just for a moment there. I think I saved you from that, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Yeah, the light's flashing. We are secure.
Affirmative.
Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot, Mike. Better luck next time. 0345 6060 973. Tom tweets, we've had no power since about 4 a.m. But you know us, we never complain.
Stop whining.
Yes. There's still people with no power. God, what a nightmare. It's blooming freezing outside and inside if you've got no power. Wow. That's terrible. Waz text, say your name. I helped my mum do a blood pressure reading the other day and I accidentally put it on the wrong way with the wire facing up. Her arm nearly exploded, said Waz. Does that happen? I don't think so. Really? The wire because the wire's supposed to go down your arm, isn't it? But it went up her arm. And her arm nearly exploded. They put those things on, and like the doctor will have either one or the other type. He'll have the one where he blows it up with this thing he's got in his hand. It's like squeezy ball thing. Or it's an electric one. And how many times I've had that on my arm, and I'm thinking, I just stopped myself from saying out loud, excuse me, this is getting way too tight. Your machine's broken. Help! But you know me, I never complain.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Mike says, that woman with a freshly made bed that smells like a cloud and and loves baked beans with grated cheese sounds like my kind of wife. Is she available, says Mike. I tell you what, Mike, I'll pass her number on to you. How does that sound? I won't do anything of the sort. I don't think she said that it smells like a cloud. Because what does a cloud smell like? Well, it depends what it's a cloud of.
Disgusting.
Of course, yeah. Feels like a cloud, I think, was the thrust of what it was that she was saying. Mark says, you talking wind again, Nick? Not about the latest government COVID con. Trying to scare everyone again before Christmas. You talking wind again, Nick? It's not wind. It's the Omicron variant. There seems to be... hey, have I done a break yet? I haven't done a break yet, have I? Oh, no. This again. Have I done the break yet? Why aren't you paying attention? All right, I'll do the. At least we've got an hour. I can maybe squeeze in the Boris's new war on drugs. Oh, for crying out loud! A war on drugs. Can you believe that?
No.
That's what they've come up with to distract us from the chaos of this clown show that we've got going on here. Bruce emails the meteorological office's meteorological is pretty hard. Never mind about the rare red weather... The rare red... You say it.
Rare red weather warning.
The meteorological office's rare red weather warning. See? not completely useless, is really rarely reliable. Oh, God. You get points if you get the words in the right order, says Bruce.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Extra points for getting it in order.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Yeah, I know that. John texts, why isn't it called the French Channel? Well, that's a good question. Excellent question, John. I've got, because it's, oh, never mind. Nairn in the Highlands. Hello, Sheila.
Hi.
Sheila.
Hi.
Sheila.
Hello.
Yes, Sheila. Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm good, thanks.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm actually living in the Highlands, but obviously I wasn't born here.
Not obviously.
Right. Topics.
Yeah.
So.
What's the weather been like in the Highlands, by the way?
Absolutely tragic.
Awful.
Snow, gale force winds, but
blimey.
beautiful, not polluted.
Is it?
And probably the whole of the Highlands hasn't had as much fatalities or as many fatalities, correct, myself, as Islington. So there's probably been more fatalities in Islington as a small borough in London than there has been in the Highlands.
Okay.
In terms of COVID.
Oh, COVID. Right.
Yeah,
No,
well, yeah,
I'm talking about
yeah,
the weather. The weather. What's the weather been
like? The weather is absolutely glorious in Nairn.
What?
We've had snow. We're by the sea. It's absolutely beautiful.
Snow?
But yes, but it's been cold.
Yeah. Sounds awful.
It's not. It's absolutely beautiful if you get snow in the sunshine and not snow in London in pollution.
Well, I suppose, yeah, snow in the sunshine. That sounds fantastic. Yeah, deep and crisp and even.
And then we don't get tube strikes either.
Right, blimey, you are very, very down on London there, Sheila. I think
I shouldn't be.
You're like a London expat.
I used to live there for. Well, I'm not one of those clawing the way back from Spain, am I? That forgot to apply for residency.
You know, it sounds like you're. It's like an ex-smoker. An ex-smoker.
I'm smoking. I was an ex-smoker until I had surgery recently, and now I'm smoking more than I ever did.
Okay, that's probably a bad idea. But an ex-smoker is always somebody who just rails against smoking, and an ex-Londoner is somebody who rails against London.
I still work in London. I had an accident.
What, you commute?
Well, you can do. You can be there in
from
80
the Highlands.
Minutes. You can be there on EasyJet in 80 minutes. Northern Powerhouse. It extends further.
Yeah, but the plane trip might take 80 minutes, but it's 3 hours in the in the airport to begin with, and then another hour trying to get out of the airport on the other end.
Not necessarily. Up here, if you've checked in, you can check. Checking in is really relatively simple. Checking out the other end is quite difficult.
Yeah, nightmare, I would imagine. Yeah.
However,
but
I would like to talk about. A few things, only if you've got time.
No.
But one of them is Pretty Patel. One of them is Pretty Patel.
All of the time has been taken up talking about the weather and the snow and the sunshine.
You decided that.
I see.
Look, it's
my
your
fault.
Station.
Right.
Look, it's my party. I'll cry if I want to. So you are in control. But Pretty Patel is not fit for purpose. There needs to be an international agreement. On how we treat people that are fleeing war-torn areas.
There is. The UN...
But Stanley and his sidekick that fathers so many children he doesn't admit to all of them, well, they don't wear masks. They don't really abide by international agreements, do they? They don't abide by laws.
Breaking the law seems to be their thing, yeah, while telling everybody else to obey all the laws that they've just broken. Yeah.
You know we're going to close down.
No, I don't.
Probably
I don't know.
Christmas.
I don't know anything of the sort.
No, nor do I, and I wouldn't profess to, but past experience will indicate that probably him and Miss Simmons will go to somewhere like the Seychelles on one of the peerages sort of, gifts over Christmas and let everybody else suffer. Yeah. It's happened before. It's
I've already said this. I bet you he'll be sucking up a freebie from in some donor's mansion in a
British Virgin Islands,
sunny hideaway somewhere,
Saudi Arabia,
somewhere where it's very free to those that can afford it, very expensive to those that can't.
He'll probably go to Qatar. If you look at Bayern Munich as a football team today, Bayern Munich have absolutely said, we're not supporting you.
He's not going to Qatar.
No, he wouldn't dare. They wouldn't accept him, the oath.
I think they probably would. But anyway, Sheila, it's been confrontational, I think. I think that life in the Highlands hasn't really smoothed out your mood yet. Relax. You're probably the loudest and shoutiest person there. Everybody else is like relaxed and virtually horizontal, I bet. I bet life is slow, except when you're around. But I do wish you all the best. Thanks a lot, Sheila, for whatever that was. RJ says, apparently you can posh beans and cheese on toast for £5. £5? You can posh beans and cheese on toast for £5. What on earth does that mean? You mean it costs £5 in a restaurant to have beans and cheese on toast? You can buy posh beans and cheese on toast for £5. Where? Jack says, if Colin thinks the fish in the channel are ours, that must mean the migrants are ours too. Wow, that's an interesting thought, ain't it? Yeah, if the fish are ours, how come if everything underneath the water is ours, how come things on top of the water aren't ours too? Good point there, Jack. Edward texts, I like mackerel, I just don't like Macron. Cute. And Zorba the Greek texts, why has it jumped from Delta to Omicron? What happened to Epsilon, Zeta, Eta, Theta, Iota, etc.? Says Zorba the Greek. Well, you should know, mate. I have no idea. Like I said before, it's all Greek to me. Not a clue. Mick says, who knew in my 50s I'd be studying the Greek alphabet? I'd like to call the next mutant Alexa. The machines that rulers would melt down. Well, that's a good point. I mean, have you just tried chanting their name over and over and over again to see what happens? They might explode. Or they might whip out some previously unseen facility and take you out. It's possible. I mean, have you ever prized the lid off one to see what's inside? Of course not. Anything could be in there. Zach texts, that posh beans on toast is a new ready meal from M&S. It's a baguette with beans and cheese sold as a microwave meal for £5. Right. Well, that seems a lot. But it's not just food. Des emails, the French are conspiring to send unwanted people to my country. You support anyone who's not British, says Des, who's spelt the word who's wrong. You're an idiot, Des, and I mean that in a nice way. Bruff, Derek.
Hi, Nick.
Derek.
My main point was going to be about what would turn the country into, but just before that, I think I've worked out the reason why Johnson was talking about making car noises and, talking about Peppa Pig the other day. I think it proves that Wilfred is the first child that has had anything to do with in his younger years, because that's the sort of thing that you do when you've got a young family, innit? Is make car noises.
Yeah, make baby noises. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And then to entertain them. So I think it proves that he's just finally woke up to that one. But I think going back to the COVID briefs today, this was in the news sort of thing. I think what they've done, they've looked at the polls and they thought, when was the polls high? When was the poll high? When was I the most popular person in the country? Mm-hmm. And it was when they was doing the COVID briefs. So I think it's all, all a bit cynical. Do you know what I mean? That they just want to deviate and deflect from his lack of empathy or capability or
ability,
by introducing the COVID briefs again. And then finally, the thing that I was rung up for was after listening to the Daily Mail reader earlier on a few calls ago, which basically was on about the £40 a day or something, and a mobile phone and a hotel room.
£40 a week, not a day, a week.
Yeah, a week. That was all in the Daily Mail, I think, yesterday, I think. And I think, I wonder what, if Johnson, Farage and the right-wing press, I wonder if they're really proud of themselves for what they turn this country into, which is a country of intolerance, a hatred of people who are fleeing from persecution and seeking, safety from wars that really, like Syria, Libya, Iraq, all these countries, Afghanistan.
All these countries that we had a big hand in destabilising. Yeah.
Exactly. And, you've got to take ownership, haven't you, as a country, we've got to take ownership of these things. You cannot just, basically say, it's now to do with
nothing to do with us, yeah. And this sort of story that they keep selling us, that all of the people in the world are all trying to get here, whereas it's just a tiny minority, the tiniest trickle of the most desperate people in the world are trying to get here for one reason or another, that they speak English or they have family here or they've been persuaded that we're nice people. Which seems like a stretch, considering how we're reacting to them. But you know what? The newspapers and the various people that you've mentioned so far, money is what they're making from it. There's a lot of money to be made in making people frightened of an invasion of others. It's all about the money, honey. All right, thanks a lot, Derek. Pretty depressing, this close to Jesus' birthday, because there's a lot of people who do claim to be religious, who claim to, act on their faith, who are about the least religious and kind and caring people that you could possibly imagine. Quite a few of them are dotted about the cabinet. I don't know how they got the nerve, really, to quote the Bible when their every action is the exact opposite of what Jesus would do, and more in tune, actually, with what Donald Trump would do.
Oh, shut up!
Exactly. Pretty sickening, actually, but, never mind, that's just people. Lucy texts, don't forget the cat story. Yeah, I'm going to squeeze it in at the end, or, as soon as it is, as soon as I can. Trust me, Lucy. You trust me, don't you?
No.
Not really, no. So this, see, the problem is, people just keep calling me. How do they get my number? Regent's Park, hello, Vance.
Hello, Nick. You keep me sane, Every weekend I sort of have to have my fix of the Nick Abbott show.
Well, thanks.
Nick, one trivial point, first of all. You were mentioning just now that there's going to be, a huge industry in smart toys for pets. It's not unreasonable, We had a cat called Elvis Jr., and whenever we went away for a weekend, we'd come back on Monday morning, and my chess pieces, we have a chess set on the coffee table, my chess pieces would be scattered all over the carpet.
Yeah.
And then I decided, okay, I'll use my phone, and I put it on speaker. So every evening that we were away, I would call Elvis and have a 2-minute chat with him. And then when we got back on the Monday morning, my chess pieces were immaculately on the board.
Wow.
He hadn't fiddled with them at all. And from then onwards, he didn't play with my chess set.
Could you see the cat when you were talking to it?
No, I couldn't.
Right.
But I was pretty certain he heard it because it was on speaker, and we have only a small flat, so he must have heard it. So I think it worked okay.
Well, I like the sound of that. I mean, it does sound, because I don't know about cats so much, but dogs certainly, they get they get abandonment issues, don't they? I mean, a dog doesn't ever know that you're coming back. That's why it freaks out when you leave the house every day. Because it doesn't know that you're coming back, and it just goes berserk when you do return. It's like, you're back.
Yeah, that's right. And cats freak out too. At least it saved my chess set, so it worked. The other thing, Nick, if I may, the Omicron variant. Gordon Brown has been really vocal in the past 2 or 3 days, saying that the emergence of this new variant is because we in the first world haven't waived our patent rights over vaccine manufacture, and we should have done this ages ago.
Yeah, we have enough vaccines to vaccinate the entire world twice, and yet we just threw away 600,000 of them, something like that, because we didn't use them. We were storing them. They went past their best buy date, and we chucked them away. We should have been giving them to the third world.
That's right. And in fact, the South African public health authorities admitted that they had 158 days worth of vaccine in their fridges. Right. So that wasn't the cause of the Omicron variant emerging at all. In fact, just to take another 30 seconds.
It's a lack of take-up. There's resistance.
It's a lack of take-up, but there's also another cause, and that is the really poor public health in, for example, the Gauteng district, which includes Johannesburg. I mean, there are lots of really poor, unhygienic townships, particularly in Joburg. Right. I've been to Soweto twice, and, there's no running water in those houses, and all the water that effluent runs down an open drain in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
The ANC government have promised but failed to give these people decent housing and decent sanitation. That's what's needed before, farming out vaccine manufacture.
Right.
So I think we've got to get our priorities right.
Well, we don't have our priorities right, and we never will, because we're essentially selfish people, and we put ourselves first. And even when we are utterly replete, even when we've stuffed ourselves to the point that we can't move, we still would refuse to give anybody a crumb off our table.
Yeah, indeed. And our great leader leads the way, doesn't he?
He certainly does, yeah. All right, he waddles ahead of us, yeah. Thanks a lot, Vance. 0345 6060 973. I still can't believe he managed to squeeze into those rides at Peppa Pig Land.
Peppa Pig World. Peppa Pig World it has...
Yes?
Peppa Pig?
Peppa Pig is the right answer. Let's have Oxford. Hello, Leslie.
Hello. You cracked me up by talking about Peppa Pig, but that's not what I want to talk about.
Right.
This evening I've been driving home from a concert. I'm a keen amateur musician. Mm-hmm. I've been driving home from a concert, listening to you talk about Peppa Pig.
Yes.
But
what do you play? What do you play?
I'm a classical musician. I play the violin and the oboe.
Right.
And it's such a joy to be playing again with live musicians and to be giving concerts again.
Yes.
It's just such a joy.
Now, can I ask you a question about the instruments that you've chosen?
Yes.
An oboe, that's the big stand-up bass thing, right?
No.
What's an oboe?
So it sounds. So I don't know if there's a piece of music called Peter and the Wolf.
Peter and the Wolf, yeah.
The oboe sounds a bit like a duck. So
a bit like a duck. That doesn't sound very good.
No, it doesn't. No, it cuts through the orchestra, and it has a reed which sticks out the top. It has a double reed.
Right. So it's a wind instrument.
Yeah.
I gotcha. Right.
Yeah.
Can you believe that people, because they call a double bass just a double bass. That's the only word. That's the only name for it, right? Like a stand-up bass.
Yeah.
Why on earth would you choose that as your instrument? I mean, I have no idea. I prefer the biggest oboe
and I prefer the violin.
Yeah, well, you can put those in a little case and carry them with you.
Actually, people can. We were discussing this evening. People can put their double basses in minis, so it is possible.
In minis,
yeah.
But you see them on the tube and in on the trains, or at least you used to when there was such a thing as concerts. Why would anybody given the choice of all of the instruments in the orchestra, choose something that's bigger than they are?
I think people like are suited to different instruments, and people take to different instruments.
Yeah.
Like,
you know what the best one is?
The violin and the oboe, because
Yeah, you know what the best one is?
What?
The best instrument to choose? The piano, because you don't have to take it with you. It's always there when you get there.
No, but it's not very sociable, so you'd end up being stuck at home on your own, sort of, unless you're really good and get to be a concert pianist, so you don't get the social side, so.
Oh, okay.
But no, it's good for reading music and learning chords, so 50-50.
Okay, well, and what were you playing tonight?
It was with a string orchestra, so we were doing lots of string music, like the Bach Brandenburg Concerto and Elgar and a bit of, other nice string pieces.
Nice string pieces?
Rock and roll!
Right, sounds great.
Well, no, not quite rock and roll.
How did it go down?
No, really well. We had a really good audience,
Well, isn't it great to be back? I mean, finally, people,
to be back.
You're back.
It's such a joy. I'm smiling and sort of happiness and joy.
Grinning like a Cheshire cat. Yeah. High on life. Excellent to hear. Thanks a lot, Leslie. Right, so let's do this super variant then. This super variant is getting all the headlines, and here under a headline which says, "Why is it so scary?" The Mail says, the Botswana COVID variant, described by experts as the worst strain ever, has all the worrying mutations from the previous versions of the virus, plus many more that could make it the most infectious and vaccine-resistant one so far.
Oh, no.
The super strain has acquired the mutations of Delta, which made that variant so transmissible that it became world dominant in months. And the new variant also includes the vaccine-resistant alterations seen on Beta, another strain of concern that emerged in South Africa and was thought to be the best at escaping the immune system until now. It also contains a dropout mutation that helped the Alpha variant take off in the UK last winter. In total, the new super variant, the new super strain, has 32 mutations on its spike protein, more than any variant before it and twice as many as Delta. And we hear all that, and we nod sagely as though we have any idea what any of that means. I'll sum it up for you. Meanwhile, the governor of New York, on Friday, declared a state of emergency as COVID transmission reached rates not seen since April 2020.
Warning!
Yeah. And the governor of New York insisted that the troubling new variant of COVID first emerged in Botswana, that first emerged in Botswana, is coming. It's coming.
Emergency, everybody to get from street. Emergency, everybody to get from street.
Her warning came as a leading epidemiologist told the Daily Mail that the new strain was deeply troubling, urging tougher travel restrictions and saying the virus could spark pandemic 2.0.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. 2.0? So that's the bad news. And the good news is in the exact same papers. Apparently there's no reason for alarm. Everything is fine. That was the information under the headline, "Why is it so scary?" In the very same paper on the very same day, under the headline, "Why it's not scary," is this. The new COVID variant is not a disaster, and some people may be hugely overstating the situation, according to a SAGE advisor. That's capital S, SAGE. Not that he's smart, but he probably is smart. You know, he has wisdom. Microbiologist Professor Callum Semple urged calm, insisting that vaccines are still likely to protect you from severe disease. You might get a snuffle or a headache or a filthy cold, but your chance of coming into hospital or intensive care or dying are greatly diminished by the vaccine and still will be going into the future. Well, that's great. And that was what was missing from the panicked coverage of this thing, what with, graphs and diagrams and mock-up pictures of what it looks like under the microscope, which seem to have been drawn deliberately to make us freak out. It looks terrifying. But then we heard from scientists in South Africa. And today was the first time that I actually heard somebody talk about not the potential for disaster, but what it's actually like if you catch it. What do people go through when they catch this new terrifying variant? And the people, the doctors, the scientists in South Africa said it's not much. They said it's just a mild infection. Won't make you feel too bad. Nothing really. Mustn't grumble. Well, it would have been nice to hear that right up front, wouldn't it? Instead of making us panic and go inside and hide in a corner. I mean, that news was a little bit late, but we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Asked what other measures he thought were advisable, microbiologist Professor Callum Semple said that he was in favour of compulsory face masks in shops and on public transport and hand washing, and you know what? I can live with all that. Professor Semple also said that while it may not be possible to stop the variant coming into the UK, it is still important to delay its arrival. Well, slight problem there, as it's here already, because as usual, we just open the door and let it in a repeat of the last time that Bodger and his cabinet of curiosities allowed the last variant in, and the one before that, and the one before that. You know, if the variant had come over on a dinghy, they'd have called out the gunboats, but as it came in on a plane from South Africa, it was just waved through. Come this way. Feel free to mingle. I couldn't believe that it took, like, what is it, it's like 2, 3, 4 days for somebody to get on the TV and the radio to tell us what it was going to be like if we actually caught this thing, rather than just making us fearful for our lives just at the very idea of it. Information. We need information. Well, you won't get it. You are number 2. I am number 6.
86%, 5 million, and of course, over 50%. And
Chris says, I went to Skegness last week and I went into the... Oh, no, I've read that. Read that one. Wow, I am way ahead of schedule. How many have I got left to read? Are you kidding? I'll never get through that. How many pages is this? This is like about 18 pages of tweets and texts and so on. I'll never get through all that. You can hear me scrolling through. It takes forever. Lucy says, don't forget the cat story. Yeah, all right, Lucy. Stop badgering me. Chris says, I watched Mr. Peppa Pig earlier with Chris Whitty, and apart from the masks, it left me thinking, is this a build-up to Christmas cancelled and schools closed? Well, not if it's just a mild infection, no. See, what does concern me is that this eventually is going to turn into something really serious, because, I mean, I don't want to add to the freakery, the freak-outery, but it's been pretty benign so far. I mean, I know that it's created, millions of dead people, but if only 1% of the population that actually catches it dies, then it's fairly benign. If it had been MERS or SARS, then we were looking at 15 or 30% of the people that catch it die, then this would be a completely different world. Wouldn't it? And I am slightly concerned that might actually be just around the corner, but let's cross our fingers and hope not, eh? Altex, did the French-Canadian puppet company do a press conference this evening? That's in reference to something that we had earlier on. And if you missed any of that, by the way, then let me remind you again that this show is available as a podcast. We squirt it up the internet almost as soon as it's finished. If you do a search on Nick Abbott, The Whole Show, then the podcast will become apparent as though by magic. And you can thank me later. No, wait, I've changed my mind. You can thank me now.
Thank you.
Gaz tweets, there is certainly something in the air tonight, ghostly, like the tap in the kitchen just turned on by itself. Yeah, I had a moment right at the beginning of the show where it felt like somebody whispered in my ear. Like there was a presence in the room. Not presents, presence. I get no presents, only a presence. Gary says, this new Omicron variant sounds like something out of the Transformers. I think somebody said that last night. I've got no idea what about the Transformers. I tried to watch one of those films. I got about 5 minutes in and I thought, Yeah, this is not a program for me. I just cannot watch this. It's just chaos. It's just noise, visual and oral. Archie says, I absolutely love mackerel. I have a childhood memory of seeing my father and his friends return to a bay in a rowing boat after a fishing trip. It was very low in the water because it was literally full of mackerel. The whole village had some and loved them. I seriously doubt that. Mackerel? I haven't bought any mackerel in a good long while, but the only reason I bought it was because I was persuaded that it was good for me. Almost literally holding my nose while I ate it. It was like taking medicine. You know, I'd have it for lunch, some hot smoked mackerel. Not hot, as in, I think they smoked it hot, and it arrived cold on my plate. I mean, you imagine cooking that stuff. God, the stink. You'd have to burn your house down, wouldn't you? You'd never get that smell out. Mackerel, no thank. It's a no from me, and furthermore...
No.
But thanks for asking. Joan emails, I think Boris must be dethroned now before he can drag us down any further. I do believe he wakes up each morning and works out who he can upset that day. Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
It's a yes from him. Phil says, any chance of deporting me and the missus to Portugal? We are both born and bred in Britain. Slap a stamp on your rear, Phil, and see how far you get. You could post yourself there. Oliver texts, you're a complete letdown. What? Couldn't sleep all night wondering if my cat Bruno is a psycho and whether it wants to murder me. I didn't want to Google it, so I can hear it from you. Please tell us, and tell us now, not in a while or after the break. Thanks, says Oliver. Oh, all right then. There is now a way to find out whether your cat is a psychopath. And the answer is probably yes. Psychologists studied the relationship between thousands of cats and their owners to develop a detailed questionnaire that you can use to analyse your pet. To be clear, you answer the questionnaire, not your pet. It comes in the form of 46 statements, with owners rating how well each statement describes their pet. Examples include, but are not limited to, my cat torments their prey rather than killing it straight away. I thought all cats did that. I thought partly the reason that they did that was that they're full. I mean, they're not really hungry, are they, cats? Because they just get fed constantly. I mean, if it's not tinned food, it's little biscuits and treats and, you know, all the rest of it. They're not in want of food, your fat cat. I also think that perhaps because they haven't had to hunt for a living, because we go to the supermarket for their living, we bring home their food for them so they don't have to. They don't acquire that sort of killer instinct. In their tiny cat-like brain, there's something that tells them that they want to, attack a mouse or whatever it might be. But there's nothing to impel them to actually kill it because they don't need the food. So I think it looks to us as though they're being cruel, but it's just they've got halfway through the process and then get a bit bored because they're not really interested in eating it. Now, I don't know. I'm not an expert, but it's also entirely possible that what comes out of a kitty cat tin is preferable than eating a skinny little mouse. I don't know that that's true, but it doesn't prevent it from being a fact. So that's one example. My cat torments their prey rather than killing it straight away. Now, of course, if this was a questionnaire about a human being, then that would be a pretty good indication that they're a psychopath if they tormented their prey rather than killing it straight away. Of course, if they killed it straight away, that would also mean that they were a psychopath. That is also true. It puts the lotion in the basket, or it gets the hose again. Psychopath. My cat torments their prey rather than killing it straight away. That is one of the examples of 46 statements which you can either agree or disagree on, depending on whether, to determine whether your cat's a psycho. Or, my cat likes to be enormously cruel and then blames the dog for anything bad that results from it. Does that sound familiar? Yes. My cat is another one. My cat vocalizes loudly for no apparent reason. Yeah. It's beginning to seem like not plan. It's a not theory. It's oh God, I hate when this happens. It's beginning to seem like I can't finish that sentence. Oh no! It's beginning to seem like. What word am I looking for?
I don't know.
We don't know. What are you asking us for? Here's another one. My cat is very excitable and goes into overdrive and becomes uncoordinated.
Contact tracing.
Uncoordinated, you say? It's beginning to seem like, whatever the word is that I'm trying to think of, but I still can't think of it. Not plan, it's like a series of events that coincide, whatever that word is. I'm becoming uncoordinated myself. The results will help to measure the cat's level of meanness. Traits such as a lack of empathy, callous aggression, disinhibition, which is problems with behavioural restraint and boldness, which is a measure of social dominance, and low levels of fear.
Here we go. Okay.
It also measures the animal's level of unfriendliness towards people and towards other pets.
I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance.
It all begins to look like a pattern. It's called the Cat Tri Plus, this test. It's the first ever tool available to measure psychopathy in cats. This is according to researchers from Liverpool University and Liverpool John Moores University. Lead researcher Rebecca said, "We believe that, like any other personality trait, psychopathy is on a continuum where some cats will score more highly than others." She says it's likely that all cats have an element of psychopathy, as it would have once been helpful for their ancestors in terms of acquiring resources, for example, food, territory, and mating opportunities.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
The team hopes it will help improve their cat owner, or help improve cat owner relationships, and by extension, reduce the number of pets that end up in shelters or being put down. Oh. I think there's some owners that think that are thinking seriously of putting their pet out to fend for itself. Lead researcher Rebecca said, a psychologist at Liverpool University, she said the questionnaire can be used by owners or vets to highlight undesirable behaviours and make improvements to the cat's environments that suit their character. A cat that has a high score on the boldness scale may benefit from tall scratching posts, she says. Or stripper posts, eh, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
I think we've identified a pattern. That's the word I was going for. It's a pattern. Let's see. Where am I? Matthew emails, that Jurassic MP who thinks there are too many women on TV needs a second job. He has too much time to spare in his MP role. Well, that's a good point. Give him something else to do. On that subject, Lorna texts, while Nick Fletcher was spouting his rubbish, a couple of other MPs in the House said, hear, hear. Well, they probably weren't paying any attention to what he was saying. They were quite likely sending pictures of their area to their youthful assistants.
Disgusting.
You know, all of that. Marion says, I reckon that Nick Fletcher's voice sounds like Gavin Williamson's. There's no hope for us. I haven't actually heard him speak. He sounds like this. I didn't think anybody sounded like that. We're still not missing you, Gav, in case you were wondering. Cindy says, I can't watch blood and gore. Give me something with humour like Gremlins or Cats and Dogs. Drama or thrillers with Navy SEALs, etc. Okay. Duly noted. Thanks for the information there, Cindy. Where did that come from? No idea. This is my own show and I've got no idea what's going on. Simon says, what could be an even worse replacement for Bojo? There is a certain self-declared nutcase announcing his political comeback.
I'm a nutcase.
Who are you talking about? There are no emojis for shock horror, says Simon. There must be. But if you're over the age of 12, you should not be using them. Stop communicating in cartoons, people. He's announcing his political comeback.
Nigel Farage is not fit and proper to be in government.
David texts, I think dads like to take their children to Legoland to remind them of their own childhood playing with bricks. Perhaps some dads go to Peppa Pig World to remind them of their time in the Bullingdon Club.
Peppa Pig World. Peppa Pig World is...
Yes.
Peppa Pig.
Peppa Pig. This one says, I'm slightly concerned with your obsession with the former President Trump, when the current US president's nonsensical rambling is just as hilarious and concerning. No, it isn't. Because Donald Trump was, just flat out evil.
Oh, shut up!
And the current one is just flat out old. That's all. I mean, at least the current one is acting in the interests of the people rather than him personally. That's the difference. But you can't tell people that because, they've already made their mind up and, there's a certain demographic that you just can't reach. That demographic.
I love the poorly educated.
That one right there. Vince says, well, that's it then. Bojo de Pfeffel, I still don't know how to pronounce that. Is the P silent, says Vince. Pfeffel. I think you've got to do them both at the same time. Bojo de Pfeffel, our beloved Prime Minister, has promised that Christmas won't be ruined, so given his previous record, it is therefore going to be completely screwed. Start making different plans, because I am, says Vince. He's made his mind up. And Steve says, if MP Fletcher is concerned about poor male role models, I suggest he look at the Tory front bench and our PM. Yes. Yes. Right. Andy says, when Gavin Williamson was Education Secretary, did he ever tell us what his favourite letter was? I think it's I. Almost certainly I. Right. Now that was quite a load of tests. How many are left? Oh God, just the 15 pages of them. How am I ever going to get through this? Lynn says there will be variants forever. Too late. I've had a bonfire of the face masks and I'm not having a booster jab. Game over. On Psycho Cats, my friend had a neighbour whose cat was like Arnie. He followed her to work. She had to use a water pistol on it. Oh, how is that like Arnie? Arnie doesn't follow you to work.
Correct.
You don't, and a water pistol wouldn't work on Arnie.
Affirmative.
Pam says, tell us about the cats. I've told you. Ollie says, could you tell me who the prime buffoon is in this country and also the chief medical clown as well? What's the chief medical clown's name again? Oh, you know what? There's two stories, and I haven't got time for them both. But there's one alarming story about the one thing that we need at Christmas that we might not be able to get our hands on. The one thing that Christmas does mean to everybody, and I'm not talking about Jesus' birthday. I'm talking about what Christmas actually means to us. And then there's they're going to issue a crackdown on law and order. This is their big distraction bomb for next week. Forthcoming attractions. Boris Johnson's going to order a crackdown on law and order in order to regain your trust. And if you fall for that one, and I got a bridge over the Thames I'd like to sell you. But I haven't got time to do them both. I'll do... It's kind of annoying. How can I not squeeze it all into a 3-hour show? Boris Johnson's going to order a crackdown on prison discipline, sex offences and drug use next month under plans to reassure the public that he is focused on tackling crime. Right, here's a good idea. He could start by going through his own cabinet. And then he could get onto the grasping chances on the benches behind him. Focused on tackling crime? Well, officer, there's about £54 billion disappeared into thin air, supposedly to create an app for your phone that doesn't work 2 years after South Korea made one for about £2.10 that worked in a week. Try looking for that loot, officer. And then he could pick anyone that surrounds him and ask why they thought they could get away with pushing their mates to the front of the queue to supply medical equipment that they had no experience of at 10 times the price that anybody else was paying, and which, if it arrived at all, didn't work. They should keep the police busy on that from now until the end of time. Law and order. But he won't do that, of course, because when they do it, it's not a crime. When anybody else does it, it's off to jail for you, sunshine. So this is the big distraction bomb. A crackdown on crime. That must have taken minutes to dream up, probably at the end of an evening, jotted down on a drinks coaster. This, remember, is the party that's been in power for the past 11 years, during which time they've done nothing but defund the criminal justice system. They let go 20,000 police officers, 23,500 police support staff. They sold 600 police stations, half the magistrates' courts, and over a third of the county courts in England. Sometimes to organised crime, if you can believe that. They reduced the Crown prosecution's budget by a quarter, and legal aid payments for defence solicitors have become so low that suspects find it hard to find lawyers in large parts of the country. Prisons are so poorly funded that inmates are confined to their cells in what amounts to solitary confinement, and they've had to close classrooms, gyms, libraries, workshops, and offending behaviour programmes in prisons. So even if there were enough police to catch someone, they wouldn't have a station to take them to, and even if they could find one, they wouldn't have the staff to process them, and they wouldn't have the courts to try them in, and if they did get a date for their court case, they wouldn't have the lawyers to prosecute or defend them, and they wouldn't have the jails to send them to, even if they did. But please, Prime Minister, tell us more about you being the party of law and order. I mean, there must have been a right panic to come up with this as a way to distract us from the corruption scandal that the Tories are in up to their eyeballs, and the cronyism and the sleaze and the lies and the failure of Brexit that's even being understood by their biggest cult fans now. It must have been freaking out that a large number of the people that were persuaded to vote for them last time have rumbled the fact that they've been had. And this is what they've come up with. To add to the performative cruelty that they're acting out on the poorest and the most desperate people in the world, trying to get here in tiny numbers by pushing off from France in boats, because it's the only way they've got left to get here, as all other avenues have been closed. I mean, it comes to something when even dinghy spotting and yelling at foreigners doesn't placate their fans anymore. They need extra distractions to heap on top. And this is what they've gone with. Law and order. Do me a favour. And what happens, by the way, if this just comes and goes, as it's bound to? It's another series of I'm gonnas. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. It'll bite the dust, just like every other promise they've ever made, because in the past, they've only had to say they'll do something, and that's been enough to get the votes in. Oh, we'll take back control. Extra money for the NHS. We'll make our own laws. More fish. Levelling up. Control of our borders. How's all that going, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
I mean, if they were actually serious and not just playing a game of distraction, they'd be concentrating on delivering on those promises, not adding extra promises on top of the ones that they haven't delivered on. Why don't we get to the sunlit uplands first, and then we can see about promising extra sun and extra uplands? I mean, they are verifiably hopeless at everything. Adding to the list of promises isn't going to make any of it come true any faster than if they did one thing at a time, but they can't even do that. So it's back to the old hits. Lock 'em up, crack down, more punishment. And the one that keeps giving, the war on drugs. How can they say this stuff with a straight face? Especially as pretty much all of the Tories that were vying for the top job when it was gifted to Bodger admitted in a sort of competitive outburst of admission that they'd taken pretty much every drug under the sun in an attempt to seem normal. How's that going? So in a nakedly desperate attempt to get back on track and give their fans what they want, Bodger is going to announce a new law and order package this week. And he'll do his best to appear serious and statesmanlike. There won't be any mention of children's cartoons and engine noises, and he'll do his best to pretend that the state we're in now has nothing to do with the party that's been in power for the past 11 years. It's probably still all Jeremy Corbyn's fault. No! So what have they come up with? Prisoners who trash their cells will be forced to repair the damage that they have caused.
What?
Yeah. Now think about that for a moment. Prisoners who trash their cells can't be a very large population for a start. But those that do are presumably among the most violent and disruptive. And what do you need if you are repairing something? Tools. Hammers, chisels, knives, screwdrivers. Basically a smorgasbord of weaponry that a violent inmate would literally kill for. So what else have they got? Measures are also going to be taken to cut off the supply of drugs to jails. Really? Yeah, but aren't there already measures in place to try to cut the supply of drugs in jails? I mean, don't they do that already? Don't they have bars and walls and guards and barbed wire? I mean, if they haven't been able to cut the supply of drugs in jails for 60 years, how are they going to do that now? Brick each cell closed? And by the way, if they can't stop the trade in drugs in prison, how are they ever going to stop it outside prison? They can't. And they know it. They just don't want you to know it. Because that would collapse the house of cards that is the lie about the war on drugs. There is no war. The drugs have won. Everything else is just public relations. So they're going to refuel that war. And if that's their plan, they think more of our intelligence to insult us with all that war on drugs stuff. That's exactly what they're going to do. Bodge is so desperate that he's actually going to announce a wider crackdown on drug use in society. Well, he could start with himself. He admitted taking cocaine. What's the penalty for that? Andrea Leadsom, Dame of the British Empire, admitted to taking cannabis. Jeremy Hunt said he took cannabis. Dominic Raab took cannabis. Rory Stewart smoked opium. Matt Hancock smoked cannabis. Esther McVeigh took cannabis. And, of course, Michael Gove took cocaine. All admitted it. All went unpunished. And this government is all on side to punish other people, not themselves, other people who do the same. And to think that some people have got it into their heads that it's one rule for them and another for everybody else. I mean, can Bodger even hear himself? It's incredible that he's got the nerve to say this stuff out loud. But all he's got to do is get just enough of the public to vote for him next time, and we'll have yet another minority Tory government wielding all of the power. About 40% should do it. Can you fool 40%? All of the time?
Yes.
I believe you can.